Chapter 1109. With a series of painful cries, Yi Luo Tian was finally killed by the encirclement of the Do Di. This person who had single-handedly caused all of this to happen, who could be described as a great traitor, had ultimately suffered the consequences of his own actions. With Yi Luotian's death, the battle at Shahapu could be said to have come to an end. The Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, a great overlord of the western region, was destroyed just like that. Many of the subordinate organizations under it had ended as a result. Not only had the Shao clan defeated the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley in this battle, but they had also killed Yi Luo Tian. To Shao Yan, the most important thing was that they had successfully captured the Hall Master of the Ghost Hall. Shao Yan was certain that this person was a returnance expert. He was definitely the leader of all the ghost halls in the western region. Since Hall Master Luo had been dealt with by him, the others were even less of a problem. In other words, even the ghost hall could no longer pose any threat to him in the current western region. The battle ended. The battle ended. Other than the origin transformation expert from the ghost hall who had taken the opportunity to flee, all the experts at the origin transformation realm and above from the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley had been killed. The Do Di had even killed dozens of people. This battle result could be considered terrifying. Of course, although the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley had been completely dealt with, the people from the Shao clan had also suffered quite a few casualties. However, overall, this was only a drop in the ocean. Afterwards, Shao Yan and the others relied on medicinal pills to recover some of their strength. After cleaning up the battlefield, they decided to rest in the city below. Everyone present had expended quite a lot of energy in this battle. They could no longer endure any more exhaustion. What they needed the most at this moment was rest. Ignoring the others, at the very least, Shao Yan was completely exhausted. During the battle earlier, all the nerves in his body had been stretched taut. The strength in his body had reached a high explosive level. Using it at such a high intensity for a long period of time had already exhausted him. He was already extremely lucky that he had not fainted immediately after the battle had ended. While all the members of Shao Gate were resting in the city, on the other side, a group of black-robed human figures suddenly appeared in front of the expert from the Ghost Hall, who had escaped from the tiger's mouth with great difficulty. They swiftly surrounded him. Seeing these human figures that had suddenly appeared, a pair of scarlet eyes under the black fog involuntarily revealed a deep fear. With his strength, he was actually unable to discover when these people had appeared. This also meant that the cultivations of this group of people were at least 9-star Do Di or above. It was even extremely likely that this was a group made up of origin transformation experts. How dare you block my path, B. As. Of them. In his current state. Cuckoo, the Ghost Hall. Who on the continent doesn't know about it? However, the people we are killing are people from the Ghost Hall. The leader of the black-robed people coldly laughed when he heard the words that carried a warning from the black fog. He immediately raised his head, revealing a pair of golden eyes under it. He stared at the people from the Ghost Hall on the other side and coldly said, "Kill." His voice had just sounded when the two black-robed people beside him suddenly flashed. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of the cluster of black fog. Two hands were extended from under their sleeves. A flickering golden light swiftly rotated in their palms before they heavily slammed down on the black fog in front of them. The sudden attack of the other party caused the person in the black fog to be startled. He was just about to withdraw when he was suddenly horrified to discover that a golden light formation had unknowingly formed under his feet. His body was firmly locked onto by the light formation. He was unable to dodge. While being controlled, the pair of scarlet eyes in the black fog finally noticed the special badge on the chests of the two black-robed people in front of him in an instant. In an instant, the black-robed person's heart was filled with endless fear. He could not help but involuntarily cry out. "You are the heavens." However, before the words could be completely spat out from his mouth, the two hands had already landed on his head. In the blink of an eye, he was killed on the spot. After killing the origin transformation expert from the Ghost Hall with a single strike, one of the black-robed people extended his hand once again. He took out a strangely shaped mask from the black fog that had yet to disperse and handed it over to the black-robed person who was the leader. "Let's go. With this ghost face, it will be easier for us to report when we return. Otherwise, the higher-ups will definitely grumble once they see that we did not take action." Putting away the mask, a helpless sigh was emitted from under the black robe. Immediately, he led the group of people and quickly disappeared from this place. On the other side, 2 human figures swiftly left the city, one after the other in Shahapu. When they left, a few storage rings had mysteriously appeared in their hands. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed. Following the end of the battle at Shahapu, the Qin Wasteland Labyrinth quickly disappeared from the western region. Even the people and things related to the Qin Wasteland Labyrinth also disappeared in the blink of an eye. However, at the same time, news related to the Shao clan also quickly spread throughout the western region within half a month. The end of one generation of power also simultaneously announced the rise of another great power. The Shao clan would certainly become another colossus in the western region. Even though he had yet to do so, in reality, in the hearts of everyone in the western region, they already understood this point. Of course, as the name of the Shao Gate became even more popular, there was no doubt that the sect master of the Shao Gate, Shao Yan, had become an origin transformation expert at such a young age. Not only did he possess a great cultivation, he had also eliminated 2 great disasters for the western region, unknowingly saving the lives of countless people. Currently, he was the idol of many people in the western region. There were even quite a few people who treated Shao Yan as the person they chased after for the rest of their lives. As a result, they madly cultivated for him. It was also because of these various reasons that the sect masters of no less than 100 large and small factions in the western region gathered in the Shilin mountain range in just half a month. Their goal was to join the Shao Gate and personally see Shao Yan. Even when the Qin Wasteland Maze Valley was threatened with death, there were not many factions who agreed with such a scene. It was also because the leaders of these factions had all gathered in the Shilin mountain range that all the magical beasts in the Shilin mountain range became restless. If it were not for Lang Bingshuang's appearance to suppress them, the leaders of these factions would not have been able to enter the Shilin mountain range so easily, no matter how powerful they were. Although there were indeed quite a few leaders of factions who had entered the Shilin mountain range, only a third of the total number of people managed to remain after passing through the various obstacles set up by Lang Bingshuang and the little fairy doctor. This caused the people from the other factions to be rather unwilling, but they could only leave in disappointment in the end. As for those people who had successfully stayed behind, they did not succeed in seeing Shao Yan as they had imagined. The little fairy doctor and Lang Bingshuang's answers were unanimous in the face of their questions. The latter was in a retreat and no one knew when he would exit his retreat. With regards to this, the leaders of those factions could only helplessly withdraw their curious thoughts. Finally, they left the Shilin mountain range after the arrangements of the little fairy doctor and the rest. This was after all the territory of the magical beasts. Once a large number of humans gathered here for a long period of time, those magical beasts would inevitably become restless even with the suppression of Lang Bingshuang. After dismissing these incessant fellows, the little fairy doctor and Lang Bingshuang quickly dismissed Lu Cheng and the rest. These fellows' injuries had already completely recovered in half a month's time. The reason why they continued to stay here was undoubtedly because of the reward that Shao Yan had promised them. The little fairy doctor and Lang Bingshuang were naturally very clear about this point. At the beginning, when they were asked to leave, these fellows were all unwilling, afraid that Shao Yan would get rid of them after they had outlived their usefulness. They were only willing to leave when Lang Bingshuang and the towering giant ape pressured them with their imposing manner. Of course, before leaving, the little fairy doctor had specially sworn on the lightning penalty oath. Seeing that the little fairy doctor was actually willing to swear on the lightning penalty oath for Shao Yan, even with Lang Bingshuang's character, she could not help but feel a little surprised in her heart. At the same time, there was a trace of indescribable jealousy and unwillingness at the bottom of her heart. It was as if the person who should swear on the lightning penalty oath should be her. Following the retreat of the various factions, the Shilin mountain range temporarily regained its peace. Although the injuries that the Do Di had suffered had all been healed, as origin transformation experts, the injuries within their bodies were not as simple as they appeared on the surface. They needed a large amount of time to completely recover. Therefore, in the following period of time, everyone entered their own secluded cultivation. Only Murong Xian rested for a moment after the big battle ended before hurrying back to the clan. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months had passed. Leng Bingshuang and the rest had already exited their secluded cultivation. However, they still had not seen Xiao Yan appear. This involuntarily caused them to feel a little worried. However, at this very moment, Xiao Yan was no longer in the Shilin mountain range. On the contrary, a few days before Leng Bingshuang and the rest had exited their secluded cultivation, he had arrived in the western wastelands without anyone knowing. Xiao Yan had already awakened from his secluded cultivation a few days ago. This time, not only had he recovered from all his injuries, even his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late origin transformation realm. His personal battle prowess had also increased. Although the increase could not be seen right now, as long as the day came when he truly needed to use it, this strength would bring endless benefits to Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan had awakened, he was in no hurry to appear. Instead, he took out the jade bottle that contained the soul of Hall Master Yun. After a long period of interrogation, this fellow finally revealed the locations of the few ghost halls in the western wastelands. Unfortunately, this fellow did not know any of the detailed information regarding Sun Air. Right now, Xiao Yan had come to the western wastelands for the sake of destroying the branches of the ghost halls that had been established here. According to the information provided by Hall Master Yun, Xiao Yan very quickly arrived at a barren region called the Sand Lake Swamp. The environment of this place was just like its name. All that entered one's eyes was a vast expanse of yellow sand. However, what was different from other places was that the sand here did not form sand dunes like other places. Instead, it was as calm and quiet as the surface of a lake. A cold wind that was filled with sand blew past the sky. Xiao Yan could clearly see that the surface of the sand lake in front of him actually had a layer of ripple that was just like the surface of a lake. This sand lake is really strange. Upon seeing such a strange scene, even with Xiao Yan's experience, he could not help but exclaim in surprise. In order to satisfy the curiosity in his heart, Xiao Yan even shot out an energy pillar with his hand and shot it directly at the sand lake in front of him. However, immediately after, a strange scene appeared once again. The energy pillar that Xiao Yan shot out seemed to have hit water as it deeply sank into the sand lake. It even stirred up a wave that was completely formed from sand. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's heart was even more shocked by the strangeness of this sand lake. It was no wonder that the ghost hall would choose to set up camp in such a place. With such a strange geographical environment, it was likely that no one would be willing to come here. Hence, this place had become the best place for them to set up camp. After sweeping across the surface of the sand lake for a few minutes, the sight in front of Xiao Yan gradually darkened. Immediately after, a towering mountain-like pitch-black building appeared in front of Xiao Yan. This was also the location of the first ghost hall that Hall Master Yun had given him. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan forcefully broke the special restriction at the entrance in a few moves. Subsequently, he charged into the hall. At the same time that he alarmed all the experts in the hall, he also killed all the people from the ghost hall that he could see in the shortest amount of time. Even those who he could not see, but could sense with his spiritual strength, were all killed by him. Faced with Xiao Yan's attack, these so-called experts from the ghost hall could not even block a single punch from him. In a short few minutes, all the experts from the ghost hall within the large hall had been killed by Xiao Yan. Even the pitch-black magnificent building had been forcefully razed to the ground by Xiao Yan with a single punch. In the end, the ruins of the large hall that had lost all its support sank into the sand lake. After that, it was the other two ghost halls in the other two areas. In the next few days, Xiao Yan had practically walked through the entire western wastelands. The other two halls had also been completely destroyed by Xiao Yan using the same method. In this way, all the remaining ghost hall forces in the western wastelands had been completely cleaned up by Xiao Yan. After settling these matters, Xiao Yan naturally returned to the Shilin mountain range. However, it was also at this moment that Murong Xian, who had originally left earlier, suddenly returned and once again arrived at the Shilin mountain range. This time, his target was Lang Bingshuang. Chapter 11:10. In the Shilin mountain range, when Lang Bingshuang found out the reason and purpose of Murong Xian's visit, an ice-cold murderous intent immediately surfaced on her beautiful face. Her two fair, jade-like hands involuntarily clenched tightly. In her heart, a fury that had been suppressed for many years once again rose. They actually have the face to come here. Standing on top of the cliff, Lang Bingshuang's beautiful eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of her. The aura in her body churned, and even the energy between heaven and earth began to riot uncontrollably. The mountain peak she stood on trembled slightly, and an extremely terrifying aura and pressure had invisibly enveloped the entire Shilin mountain range. This also caused countless magical beasts in the forest to curl up on the ground in extreme fear at this moment. Their mouths emitted low whimpers, indicating the fear in their hearts. At this very moment, even Tianning and the others were intimidated by this terrifying pressure. Their bodies trembled as they knelt on a distant mountain peak, their hearts filled with endless fear. Even Murong Xian, who had a very good relationship with Lang Bingshuang, turned pale in the face of Lang Bingshuang's pressure. His body involuntarily half-knelt on the ground as he revealed a respectful expression to Lang Bingshuang. Meanwhile, outside the Shilin mountain range, Xiao Yan had rushed over from the western wilderness. However, as soon as he arrived, he immediately sensed something strange in the Shilin mountain range. This is Lang Bingshuang. Did something happen? Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed drastically when he sensed the anger that filled the qi. Could it be that someone had come to the Shilin mountain range to create trouble during these few days that he had been away? You're courting death. With this thought, killing intent abruptly erupted in Xiao Yan's heart. With a low roar, the Genesis qi in his body frantically circulated. The Sky Extinction Step and Wing Elephant art were instantly activated to the limit. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the outskirts of the Shilin mountain range. My lord, they have come to the western region this time with the intention of bringing you back to the clan. It seems that they hope that you can acknowledge your roots and return to the clan instead of continuing to wander outside. Father and I have discussed this and we both believe that rather than staying in this desolate western region, it is better for you to return to the clan. After all, that is your true home. After a long while, when Lang Bingshuang gradually restrained her emotions, Murong Xian cautiously opened his mouth. However, the instant the words left his mouth, Lang Bingshuang's extremely cold gaze instantly landed on his body. Humph, you're really stupid. What real home? Have you forgotten how they mercilessly drove us out of the clan and killed so many of our clansmen? Now you're actually advising me to go back. You've really disappointed me. A bitter expression involuntarily appeared on Murong Xian's face. He of course knew that Lang Bingshuang would not agree to return no matter what, and he certainly did not want to influence Lang Bingshuang's choice. However, he had no choice but to do so. Those people were threatening him with the lives of their clan. They would either bring Lang Bingshuang to them or erase their entire clan from the history of the continent. Of course, other than today, the last time he came to the Shilin mountain range was also for the same purpose. However, at that time, he was unable to speak because of the Shao Gate and the Qin desolate Maze Valley. However, it was different this time. Those people had already given the order that if they were unable to bring Lang Bingshuang back, they would start a massacre in the clan. As a last resort, Murong Xian had rushed to the Shilin mountain range in an attempt to invite Lang Bingshuang back. Unfortunately, he had already expected Lang Bingshuang's unruly attitude. Before he left, his father had already told him that if Lang Bingshuang was unwilling, he should not force her. Furthermore, he could not use the clan's crisis as an excuse to tie her up. Hence, after hearing Lang Bingshuang's reply, Murong Xian smiled bitterly. He bowed to Lang Bingshuang and turned around to leave. As the clan's young master, he must stay with the clan no matter what when the clan was facing such a crisis. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that Murong Qianqian was not in the clan. Otherwise, if the latter was also involved, he would not be satisfied even if he were to die. However, just as Murong Xian was about to turn around and leave, a sharp rushing wind sound was heard. In an instant, a ghost-like human figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A hand claw that was filled with power almost landed on his throat. Fortunately, this person had recognized the former's identity the moment he appeared. Otherwise, Murong Xian would have died here today even before he could return to the clan. Huff! In an instant, Murong Xian's clothes were completely drenched in cold sweat. When he raised his head with a heart filled with fear, he only saw a young face that was covered in sweat. At this moment, the young man was looking at him with a face that did not know whether to laugh or cry. Murong Xian's mouth was still heavily panting. His face was filled with joy and helplessness. Xiao Yan did not expect that the fierce battle that he had imagined would actually appear in such an awkward manner in front of him. Withdrawing his hand, Xiao Yan revealed an awkward smile. At the same time, the aura of death that enveloped Murong Xian's heart also quietly dissipated at this moment. In that instant just now, he did not even sense a trace of Xiao Yan's aura. He did not even know when Xiao Yan had appeared in front of him. The other party's speed had actually reached such a level. At the same time, Leng Bingshuang's gaze also fell on Xiao Yan. Seeing that the latter had actually returned from outside, Leng Bingshuang's eyes were filled with shock. At the same time, the anger in her heart also unknowingly calmed down. This point was also clearly noticed by Xiao Yan, who was paying attention to the former's emotions. He immediately turned his head slightly and frowned at Leng Bingshuang. He asked curiously, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Hearing this, Leng Bingshuang's pair of beautiful eyes flashed slightly. However, she avoided Xiao Yan's gaze and quickly left the place. Only Xiao Yan and Murong Xian were left at the original spot. Since Leng Bingshuang did not say anything, Xiao Yan could only turn his gaze back to the person in front of him. When the latter saw this, his expression could not help but be slightly startled. Looking at Xiao Yan's curious eyes, a strange feeling involuntarily rose in Murong Xian's heart. Perhaps, the Xiao Yan in front of him could help him. Although this feeling came abruptly without any warning or reason, at this point, Leng Bingshuang's matter was already related to the rise and fall of their entire clan. How could he care so much? After which, he told Xiao Yan the purpose of his trip. However, when Murong Xian spat out the first sentence, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly froze. "You mean, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe?" Chapter 11:11. A long while later, Murong Xian finally told Xiao Yan the reason why he had come to the Shilin mountain range this time around. During this entire process, Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. This was especially the case toward the end when his face even revealed a dark and solemn expression. The Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe is one of the supreme overlords of the magical beast world. Why would they look for her? After listening to Murong Xian's narration, Xiao Yan pondered for a long while before opening his mouth to speak. Compared to Murong Xian's narration, Xiao Yan was more curious as to why they would be interested in Leng Bingshuang, a woman who lived far away in the western region. When Xiao Yan's words came out, Murong Xian's expression immediately froze. In the blink of an eye, he regained his senses. After thinking about it carefully, Xiao Yan's question was not strange at all. If there was nothing special about Leng Bingshuang, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe would not have looked for her. After hesitating for a long while, Murong Xian raised his eyes again and stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. He slowly said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, I'm afraid that you will be shocked when you hear the first sentence I'm about to say." Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His heart was filled with doubt. At the same time, he became even more curious about Leng Bingshuang's true identity. In fact, Leng Bingshuang is also a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Buzz! Murong Xian's words were like an invisible bomb that instantly exploded in Xiao Yan's mind. His words were astonishing, and a shocking storm raged wildly in Xiao Yan's mind. After a long while, Xiao Yan raised his head with an expression of disbelief. His gaze was firmly fixed on Murong Xian, as if he was afraid that he had misheard. When he saw Murong Xian nod his head in affirmation, his entire body suddenly froze, as if he had turned into a statue in an instant. Xiao Yan had never thought that Leng Bingshuang, who lived in the barren western region, would be a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. However, since that was the case, how could she possibly stay here? According to Xiao Yan's knowledge, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had always had strict rules. It was very rare for the tribe members to leave the tribe. Even if they died, most of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe members had to die in the tribe. Even if they died in the outside world, they had to bring their corpses back. However, why was Leng Bingshuang, a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, living in the barren western region of the continent? Seeing Xiao Yan's surprised and suspicious expression, Murong Xian could only helplessly sigh. He raised his head and asked Xiao Yan, "What's the matter?" "I wonder if Mr. Xiao Yan has heard of the Ice Phoenix." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly startled. In the end, he shook his head awkwardly. Even with his experience, he had never heard of the Ice Phoenix. Seeing this, Murong Xian smiled bitterly and nodded. Leng Bingshuang is from the Ice Phoenix tribe. Leng Bingshuang belongs to the Ice Phoenix clan. Back then, the Ice Phoenix was one of the two great clans of the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan. Then, Murong Xian told Xiao Yan about the Ice Phoenix tribe and Leng Bingshuang's exact identity. It turned out that in the ancient times, there were two tribes in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. One of them was the Fire Phoenix tribe, which was the current Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The other was the Ice Phoenix tribe. Although the two tribes were both Heaven Demon Phoenixes, the relationship between the two tribes was not friendly. The continuous war caused the two tribes to completely break apart. After countless years, the Ice Phoenix tribe was finally defeated. Less than 10 people from the originally huge tribe were killed in the end. Even the subordinate tribes behind them were implicated and were almost exterminated. In the end, if the remaining experts of the Ice Phoenix tribe did not save them at the cost of their lives, the subordinate tribes behind them would have been completely exterminated. This subordinate tribe was Murong Xian's tribe, the Cyan Phoenix tribe. Under the lead of the few remaining experts of the Ice Phoenix tribe, the Cyan Phoenix tribe fled the central region and came to the desolate western region to settle down. After countless years, only Leng Bingshuang was left of the original Ice Phoenix tribe. As for the Cyan Phoenix tribe, although the tribe still existed, its foundation and strength were no longer as strong as before. They could only submit themselves to the depths of the western wastelands and continue to guard the place where the experts of the Ice Phoenix tribe had fallen. Now, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had once again descended and used the fate of the Cyan Phoenix tribe as a bargaining chip to threaten them. They demanded that they must bring Leng Bingshuang back and leave with them. However, Murong Xian was also clear about Leng Bingshuang's character. For the fate of the entire tribe, he had no choice but to come here. However, this outcome did not seem to be important. Huff, after exhaling a long breath, Xiao Yan nodded with a calm expression. He extended his hand and gently patted Murong Xian's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, she will go, right?" As his voice fell, Xiao Yan's gaze turned and looked at the void not far away from them. When Xiao Yan looked over, the void that was originally empty suddenly distorted slightly. Then, the graceful figure of Leng Bingshuang appeared in front of them again. She glanced at Xiao Yan, then her gaze fell on Murong Xian. She frowned and said in a deep voice, "Why didn't you say such a big thing just now?" Hearing this, Murong Xian's face suddenly revealed an embarrassed expression. After a long while, he said helplessly, "It was my father. He only asked me to ask if you are willing to go back. If you are not willing, then you must not be forced to go back for any reason. He said that the tribe is small, and your choice is the most important." Ridiculous. What do you mean the tribe is small? Do you want me to feel guilty for the rest of my life? And those guys, they are a group of despicable people. In order to achieve their goals, they actually use such despicable means. How despicable. Now, you and I will go to the western wasteland region. This king wants to see how arrogant and despotic they are. After speaking, Leng Bingshuang was about to move, but she saw Xiao Yan's figure move and follow closely beside her. "What are you doing?" Leng Bingshuang frowned and said. Someone wants to take my woman away. Then I have to go and meet them personally." In response, Xiao Yan curled his lips and smiled. Just as Leng Bingshuang was about to flare up, under the latter's stunned gaze, he snatched her jade-like hand and held it in his palm. He even stared at her with a domineering expression. In an instant, for some reason, the anger that should have risen in Lang Bingshuang's heart was extinguished the moment it was grabbed by Xiao Yan's large hand. She did not even dare to look directly at Xiao Yan's eyes. Behind the two of them, Murong Xian was also extremely shocked as he looked at the two people in front of him. This was especially so when he saw the crimson redness involuntarily appear on Lang Bingshuang's pretty face. His heart immediately seemed to have understood something. He opened his mouth but was speechless. He could only quietly follow behind the two of them. The group swiftly left the Shilin mountain range and swiftly headed towards the western wasteland region. Tian Ying and the rest exchanged glances with each other when they saw Xiao Yan and Lang Bingshuang leave. They shrugged their shoulders and left one after another. At the same time, on another mountain peak, the white-dressed little fairy doctor was also watching Xiao Yan and Lang Bingshuang leave with a complicated expression. Chapter 11-12. 2 days later, Xiao Yan's group, led by Murong Xian, arrived at the depths of the western wilderness region. They arrived outside a city called Blue Eagle City. When Xiao Yan heard the words Blue Eagle City, his mind immediately recalled the scene when Murong Qianqian had been taken away back then. That middle-aged man had clearly told him about the Blue Eagle City before he left. It was just that it was unexpected that the middle-aged man's casual words back then had actually come true. Outside Blue Eagle City, Xiao Yan and the other two hovered in the air and looked into the distance. Although they were outside the city, they could clearly see that in the depths of Blue Eagle City, there were 3 gigantic birds circling in the sky above a splendid building. Although these gigantic birds were not heaven demon phoenixes, Xiao Yan could tell that these magical beasts were not ordinary magical beasts. Furthermore, just from the pressure that enveloped the entire Blue Eagle City, these 3 magical beasts were probably of an extremely high rank. These 3 fellows are from a subsidiary tribe of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. They are called goshawks. During the war between the 2 tribes, they did not even have the right to participate in it. They always followed behind my tribe. Who would have thought that they would have developed to this stage now? When he finished speaking, Murong Xian could not help but reveal an unresigned expression. Thinking back, his Qing Wan tribe and its glory were extremely important even in the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. Who would have thought that they would be suppressed by these bastards now? Let's go and meet them. In response, Xiao Yan could only sigh softly in his heart. He then gently waved his hand, indicating for Murong Xian to lead the way. Xiao Yan held Lang Bingshuang's hand, who had an unnatural expression. The 3 of them quickly entered the city and flew towards the city center. Very quickly, the 3 figures arrived at the center of the city. When they raised their heads, they saw the 3 gigantic beasts circling in the sky. Huge shadows descended from the sky and enveloped the entire city. It was like a thick layer of dark clouds. Combined with the heavy pressure, one could not help but feel an extremely heavy atmosphere. This is the Goshawk Castle. The clansmen of my clan usually live here. Other than some necessary clan properties and going out to gain experience, many people live and cultivate here since they were young. Of course, we also have our own space, so what we know and learn won't be any less than the people in the outside world. Murong Xian wore a smile as he spoke to the surprised Xiao Yan. As for Lang Bingshuang, she indifferently glanced at the huge ancient castle below. A nostalgic look flashed across the depths of her beautiful eyes. After so many years, she had finally returned to this place. Xiao Yan's heart did not feel anything strange when he first saw this ancient castle outside the city earlier. It was merely a little more majestic than the buildings he had seen in the past. However, when he arrived at the top of the Goshawk Castle at this moment, he was shocked to realize that what he had seen earlier was merely the tip of the iceberg of this ancient castle. The huge ancient castle was like a strange city that could not be seen inside. As far as the eye could see, there were no main doors or entrances. The only thing that could lead to the inside was the door-like windows that were set up at the top of the ancient castle. Only from there could one reach the outside of the ancient castle. It was the first time that Xiao Yan had seen such a strange building. Mr. Xiao Yan, there is no need to be surprised. My Cyan Phoenix tribe has always been good at flying. Those structures that are suitable for humans do not exist for us. However, like this, on one hand, it can ensure the safety of our tribe members, and it can also be used for our tribe, saving us some unnecessary trouble. Only when he heard this did Xiao Yan understand. At the same time, he felt some admiration for this tribe. Even though he had already transformed into a human, they were still able to follow their own wishes and set up their own rules without being affected by the majority. Such an unruly tribe was really surprising. At the same time, in the guest hall of the Goshawk Castle, a few middle-aged men were smiling as they chatted with the people sitting opposite them. Their words were rather polite, but there was a faint smell of gunpowder in the air. Patriarch Murong, young master, has already left for almost 5 days. Why hasn't he returned yet? Could it be that he couldn't bring anyone back, so he ran away himself? On the left side of the hall, a yellow-robed old man at the very front raised his head and stared at the middle-aged man on the main seat as he spoke with a slightly heavy tone. The middle-aged man was the current patriarch of the Cyan Phoenix clan, Murong Sun. The white-haired young man to the side immediately frowned when those words were spoken. A look of displeasure quickly flitted across his icy blue eyes. At the same time, the middle-aged man on the main seat also noticed the change in the young man's expression. His eyes spun as he immediately said, "Elder Xian, don't worry. Hehe, please don't be in such a hurry, Elder Tseng Xian. Lengbingxuang's location is quite a distance away from my castle. Even though Xian has reached the origin transformation stage, he will still need some time to reach her. Therefore, I hope that the two of you can wait patiently for a little while longer. Since clan leader Murong has said so, we will wait for a while longer. However, I must remind clan leader Murong that Lengbingxuang is a member of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. The reason why we have come here is because our tribe values this matter greatly. They have ordered me to bring Lengbingxuang back to acknowledge her ancestors. Therefore, if young clan leader is unable to bring her back, I'm afraid that you will have to bear the consequences." Hearing the words spat out from the mouth of the middle-aged man on the head seat, the old man sitting below the stage hesitated for a moment before speaking with a threatening tone. "Of course. Since Xian is personally handling this matter, it will definitely be handled properly. Don't worry, Elder Tseng Xian. However, there's still something I don't understand. I hope Elder Tseng Xian can tell me. Why did the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan suddenly request for Lengbingxuang to return to acknowledge her ancestors?" Murong Sun's question caused old Tseng Xian's expression to instantly change. Dissatisfaction immediately emerged on his face. However, before he could speak, the white-haired young man next to him suddenly sneered and said, "That's right. It seems that the Cyan Phoenix clan has left the Heaven Demon Phoenix clan for too long. You've actually forgotten about this. Could it be that you don't know that Lengbingxuang's ancestor had an expert with an extreme Yin body? Although her ancestor's cultivation talent wasn't outstanding, it said that after they successfully controlled the extreme Yin body through the clan's secret technique, they became one of the few experts in the Ice Phoenix clan. However, for some unknown reason, the extreme Yin body affected the next generation, causing all of the direct descendants of her branch to possess the extreme Yin body. Looking at the time, the extreme Yin body hidden in Lengbingxuang's body should be nearing maturity. The reason why we're bringing her back to the clan this time is to help her resolve her extreme Yin body. You should understand now, right?" After the white-haired young man spoke those words, Murong Sun's expression immediately changed. Naturally, he knew about the extreme Yin body. He also knew about the dangers within. The extreme Yin body was indeed an extremely powerful special body in this world. However, everyone in this world knew that it was a strange body that harmed others and oneself. If there was any way to help Lengbingxuang resolve the problem of her body, then of course, he would be extremely happy. However, just as Murong Sun was pondering with a heart full of suspicion, 3 figures suddenly arrived outside the guest hall. It was Xiao Yan and the other two. Chapter 11:13. The sudden arrival of Xiao Yan and the other two immediately drew the gazes of both Murong Sun and Tseng Xian. When Murong Sun saw Murong Xian bring Lengbingxuang here, shock first emerged in his eyes, then he breathed a sigh of relief inside. If what the white-haired young man said was true, then perhaps Lang Bingshuang's arrival could not only resolve the crisis for his Azure Phoenix clan, it could also help her remove the hidden danger in her body. If that was the case, this deal was not a loss. While Murong Sun was quietly relaxing in his heart, the gazes of Zhang Xian and the others below the stage had similarly landed on Xiao Yan's group. Seeing that Murong Xian had returned and had even brought someone back, their hearts were naturally filled with joy. A couple of gazes swiftly observed Lang Bingshuang's lovely body beside Murong Xian. Their brows were immediately knit together when they noticed the black-robed young man who was similarly standing beside her. They could clearly sense the enmity that this black-robed young man's eyes revealed when he looked at them. When the three of them stepped into this place, Xiao Yan had already heard everything the white-haired young man said. Others did not know, but Xiao Yan knew very well that if he wanted to resolve the problem of Lang Bingshuang's extreme mean body, he had to have intercourse with her. No matter if it was her body or her soul, they had to completely merge with her. In other words, unless Lang Bingshuang married someone, her extreme mean body could not be resolved. But right now, Lang Bingshuang was one of his people, yet the young man said such clear words in front of him. How could he possibly not be moved? This is a human. Why did a human enter this place? Is the Goshawk Castle a human market? Why aren't you kicking him out? Ignoring the enmity in Xiao Yan's eyes, Zhang Xian frowned and opened his mouth in a deep voice. However, the two guards from the Murong clan standing in front of the door to the guest hall did not move in the slightest. This caused Zhang Xian's face to instantly become embarrassed. His old face twitched slightly. After which, his dissatisfied gaze landed on Murong Sun. The latter involuntarily knit his brows together when he saw this. Just as he was about to open his mouth, another middle-aged man among the few Murong clan elders seated on the right side of the stage suddenly stood up. His gaze, which was filled with surprise, was thrown onto Xiao Yan's body. You're Xiao Yan? As the words were spat out from this middle-aged man's mouth, the gazes of everyone present once again landed on him. Numerous gazes swept back and forth between the middle-aged man and Xiao Yan. It was very difficult to imagine that these two people, who did not appear to have met each other no matter how one looked at it, actually knew each other. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Xiao Yan's gaze immediately landed on him as well. His expression was first taken aback, then he immediately thought of a person who looked similar to the middle-aged man. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he said with a clear voice, "Senior Murong, we meet again." This Murong was the fourth uncle who took Murong Qianqian away from Xiao Yan, Murong Hao. It really is you. Who would have thought, who would have thought? When we meet again, the half-step emperor kid from back then has already become an origin transformation expert. Kid, your rate of growth is truly shocking. Xiao Yan could not help but smile awkwardly when he heard that. He did not say anything more on the topic. On the other hand, the people from Zhang Xian immediately raised their eyebrows when they heard Xiao Yan's name. Even they, as passers-by, had heard of this name that had recently become extremely famous in the western region. He had actually forcefully killed a returnance expert with his cultivation at the origin transformation realm. Even they were extremely shocked by such a battle achievement. However, when they saw that this legendary Xiao Yan was actually just a young man with such a young appearance, a surprise involuntarily flashed across the eyes of that white-haired young man despite his character. All right. Since you know each other, I won't interfere. However, since you've come, Lang Bingshuang, that means you're willing to return with us. The elders of the clan have already been waiting for a long time. Let's not waste any more words. We'll immediately set off for the central region. He stood up as he spoke. The white-haired young man by his side also stood up. His gaze, which had landed on Xiao Yan's body, shifted to Lang Bingshuang's beautiful face. His gaze repeatedly swept over the latter's proud lovely body. A greedy expression flashed deep within his eyes. Of course we'll set off. However, I'm afraid that you'll be the only ones returning. At this moment, the calm-faced Xiao Yan suddenly stood up. His eyes swept over the white-haired young man before looking at Zhang Xian, who was leading the group, and spoke in a faint voice. What did you say? The expressions on the faces of Tsang Xian and the white-haired young man beside him immediately changed when Xiao Yan's words sounded. Two gazes that were filled with displeasure landed on Xiao Yan's body at the same time. At the same time, an invisible aura and pressure spread out from the air. It immediately descended on Xiao Yan's head. The heavy pressure caused Xiao Yan's body to bend down in an instant. Half of his knees had nearly landed on the ground. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Tsang Xian's eyes when he saw that Xiao Yan was actually able to block his aura. He was just about to increase the pressure when another aura that was not inferior to his was suddenly unleashed from behind him. It easily resolved his aura and pressure. Even the aura that was suppressing Xiao Yan's body was also removed. Elder Tsang Xian, Xiao Yan is our guest. We cannot allow our guest to be bullied in our territory. Murong Sun stood up from the main seat and indifferently spoke. Tsang Xian's sinister eyes slowly narrowed. He turned his head and shot a glance at Murong Sun, then returned his gaze to Xiao Yan. With an icy tone, he said, "You heard what this brat said just now. You don't want us to take Leng Bingshuang away?" That depends on whether you have the qualifications to say such words." Tsang Xian's gaze then looked back at Leng Bingshuang. He said with a deep voice, "Leng Bingshuang, since you've come today, you must return with us." "No. The reason I've come here is to tell you that I will absolutely not return to that place. Even if I do, I will be going there to take back what belongs to us." Tsang Xian tightly furrowed his brows. He didn't expect Leng Bingshuang to still be unwilling to return with them even with the lives of the Azure Phoenix clan as a threat. Helpless, he could only cast his gaze towards Murong Sun again. "Murong Sun, don't you want to say something? After all, we're doing this for her own good. However, if she doesn't appreciate it, then she will have to bear the consequences herself." Murong Sun felt extremely helpless in his heart when he heard those words. He hesitated for a moment before finally opening his mouth. Unfortunately, before the words in his mouth could be completely spat out, they were interrupted by Xiao Yan. "Leng Bingshuang, you should know that the extreme mean body, I'm sorry. If it's about the extreme mean body, then there's no need for you to worry." Chapter 11:14. The moment the words left Xiao Yan's mouth in the guest hall, the gazes of everyone present from both parties instantly landed on him in an orderly manner. Their gazes contained both surprise and bewilderment. On the other hand, Leng Bingshuang, who stood next to Xiao Yan, couldn't help but feel her face burn up when she heard Xiao Yan's words. As the person involved, she naturally knew what Xiao Yan was referring to. However, thinking back to it now, there was no longer any scarlet-red fury in her eyes. Instead, they were pink. "I wonder what Mr. Xiao Yan means by that. This matter is of great importance to my clan, so I hope you won't boast so carelessly." On the main seat, Murong Sun was also looking at Xiao Yan with a serious expression. He knew very well the weight of Xiao Yan's words. If he wasn't careful, it would likely cause the two sides to immediately clash. So, he had to be careful. "I've heard of you before. Brat, this old man has heard of you. It's only because you have some foundation that you can make a name for yourself in this barren land. However, this old man still advises you to know your own limits. The extreme mean body is a strange physique that has troubled countless experts of the entire continent. Many top experts of the continent have studied it for countless years without any progress. Now, you actually say that we don't need to worry about it. What, do you have a solution?" Tsang Xian's sinister eyes narrowed into a straight line as he stared at Xiao Yan. The formless pressure once again spread outwards. Compared to before, the current Murong Sun didn't do anything to stop it. Although Tsang Xian wasn't a righteous person, his words were not exaggerated in the slightest. The extreme mean body was special to begin with. According to legends, it was a strange constitution on par with the woeful poison body. In this world, there was almost no one who could control it. Even if they could forcefully suppress it, it would still cause an even greater disaster due to the backlash of the constitution. Therefore, Murong Sun would not allow any mistakes to occur in this matter. Even if the Xiao Yan in front of him was not an ordinary person, it was just as Tsang Xian had said. He was, after all, merely a person from this remote western region. Although his training talent was not bad, he was merely ordinary when placed in the entire continent. Without Murong Sun blocking him, Xiao Yan alone faced Sang Xian's frightening aura and pressure that he could not match. His firm body only endured for a short few seconds before it was forcefully pressed down by the powerful pressure. His body emitted a bang as it knelt on the ground. This time around, even the ground under his body cracked because of this powerful aura and pressure. An inch-deep pit was smashed into the ground. The sudden change caused Lang Bingshuang's and Murong Xian's expressions to change. Although Lang Bingshuang wanted to help Xiao Yan, who was half kneeling on the ground, up, facing Sang Xian's pressure, how could the two of them fight back with their strength? Immediately, their faces sank. Lang Bingshuang glared with her extremely cold eyes. Her gaze instantly swept past Sang Xian's body, and the chilliness that shot over made Sang Xian's heart slightly chill. Then, Lang Bingshuang spoke to Murong Sun, and coldly sneered. Murong Sun, everything he said is true. The problem of the extreme Yin body has been solved. There won't be any problems in the future. What? It's really solved? Hearing Lang Bingshuang admit it herself, Murong Sun's heart was also filled with shock. Naturally, he wouldn't have any doubts about the former's words. However, what he didn't expect was what method they used to solve the extreme Yin body that no one could solve. Was there truly a way to solve such a horrifying constitution? Why aren't you saving him? Just as Murong Sun was feeling shocked by Lang Bingshuang's words, the latter suddenly shouted, causing Murong Sun to instantly come back to his senses. With a face full of cold sweat, he quickly made his move, removing Sang Xian's pressure in one go. He didn't pay attention to Sang Xian's extremely ugly expression, and instead, suspiciously looked back and forth between Lang Bingshuang and Xiao Yan, who was breathing roughly. With Lang Bingshuang's prideful nature, when had she ever cared so much about a person? She even furiously roared at him for Xiao Yan. Ever since he met Lang Bingshuang, it was the second time he saw such a scene. Almost at the same time, in Sang Xian's group, the white-haired young man's icy blue eyes kept on looking back and forth between Xiao Yan and Lang Bingshuang after Xiao Yan's words. His heart was filled with bewilderment. It wasn't until Lang Bingshuang personally confirmed it for Xiao Yan, and even revealed the crimson color that only a little girl would have on her face, that he immediately understood how Lang Bingshuang's extreme Yin body was solved. This adulterous couple, they truly deserve to die. They actually ruined my plan just like that. When the white-haired young man fully understood this point, the rage in his heart immediately could not be suppressed. His standing body trembled slightly uncontrollably, the muscles on his face twitched, and a pair of ice-blue eyes surged with killing intent. Although their goal in coming to the western region was indeed to bring Lang Bingshuang back to the clan and solve the hidden danger of her extreme Yin body, their final goal was to transfer the extreme Yin body into his body through a special secret method, creating a fake extreme Yin body. In addition to his own ice attribute Genesis Chi, once the two were combined, his cultivation speed would definitely rise to a whole new level, and his future would be filled with limitless possibilities. However, the prerequisite for this was that Lang Bingshuang's extreme Yin body had not fully matured, and her body had to be a virgin. He had waited for this day for a very long time. He never imagined that all his efforts would be in vain in the end. Thinking back, when he was still young, the elders of the white-haired young man had once mentioned Lang Bingshuang to him. The reason why they did not bring Lang Bingshuang back early was because they hoped to suppress Lang Bingshuang's cultivation speed, allowing the young man to completely suppress the extreme Yin body's rampage when he absorbed it. In this way, the process of the young man fusing with it would naturally be much easier. According to their estimates, the extreme Yin body should not have fully matured by now. If they brought Lang Bingshuang back at this time, their plan would have been absolutely foolproof. Unfortunately, plans could never keep up with changes. Who could have imagined that Lang Bingshuang would forcefully consume the extreme Arctic ice soul when the Shilin mountain range was in danger, causing the extreme Yin body to erupt prematurely? It was also because of this that she had such a relationship with Xiao Yan. The many years of waiting of this young man had all turned into bubbles in a few words. Chapter 11:15. Since the matter has been resolved, Elder Sang Xian, I believe you all should be able to return, right? Knowing that the extreme body had been completely resolved, the rock that had been hanging in Murong Sun's heart finally fell to the ground. He quickly plastered a smile on his face as he looked towards Zhang Xian and the others. With a wave of his sleeve, he made an inviting gesture as he quietly waited for them to leave. Humph. Zhang Xian coldly snorted in displeasure when he heard this, and was about to leave with the people behind him. However, the instant he moved, the white-haired young man beside him suddenly made a move. He coldly snorted, and the instant he raised his head, his gaze landed on Lang Bingshuang as he said in a deep voice, "Even so, Lang Bingshuang, you are still a member of my Heaven Demon Phoenix clan. You must follow the rules of my Heaven Demon Phoenix clan. So, no matter what, I must bring you back today." The instant his words left his mouth, the white-haired young man's foot fiercely stomped on the ground. A powerful force instantly burst forth, and a basin-sized pit was immediately created. At the same time, the white-haired young man's figure instantly disappeared. However, he had already arrived in front of Lang Bingshuang in the blink of an eye, and grabbed towards her shoulder. Scram! The white-haired young man's sudden attack caught Lang Bingshuang off guard for a moment. However, Xiao Yan, who had been paying attention to her, abruptly jerked the instant the white-haired young man arrived. He instantly activated the giant elephant art, and the Genesis Chi in the vortex in his body rapidly circulated. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lang Bingshuang like a ghost. His hand clenched into a fist, and under the condensation of Genesis Chi and force, he viciously met the white-haired young man's palm. Humph, I knew you would attack. The white-haired young man seemed to have expected this. In the blink of an eye, powerful force instantly multiplied in the palm that he had extended forward. The instant it collided with Xiao Yan's fist, it viciously sent Xiao Yan flying with an unstoppable force. As an advanced origin transformation expert, Xiao Yan had been mercilessly sent flying by a single punch from the white-haired young man. Faced with someone of similar age, Xiao Yan's attack was actually unable to withstand a single blow. How is this possible? To the side, Murong Xian blankly stared at Xiao Yan as he was sent flying. Disbelief filled his face as he glanced between the two. Soon after, an extremely terrifying presence radiated from the white-haired young man's body. Only then did Murong Xian and Lang Bingshuang understand why the white-haired young man could send Xiao Yan flying with a single palm strike. His cultivation had already reached the returnance realm, and if they were not mistaken, he was probably a powerful late returnance expert. The difference of an entire level of cultivation was not something that could be made up for with battle prowess. Even though Xiao Yan had defeated a returnance expert before, that was only an early returnance expert in the end. However, it was completely different this time. Even if Xiao Yan used his full strength, he would not be the opponent of a late returnance expert. However, Lang Bingshuang was in no mood to pay attention to the young man's cultivation. All she could think about right now was Xiao Yan's current situation. Tens of seconds later, Xiao Yan, who had been sent flying by a punch from the white-haired young man, once again stepped into the guest hall from outside. Dust permeated the air. As his footsteps moved forward, an invisible wind swept away the dust fog. Xiao Yan, are you all right? Seeing Xiao Yan step forward, Lang Bingshuang's pretty face immediately carried an anxious expression as she stepped forward to inquire. Xiao Yan merely grinned at her in response, revealing a row of teeth that were dyed with fresh blood. After which, his gaze continued to look at the white-haired man. His tongue violently licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty manner. I never thought that your cultivation would have already reached late returnance. I'm at the peak of late returnance. Kid, since you've touched something that doesn't belong to you, I'll make you understand the price of your actions today. The white-haired young man let out a furious snort. His body immediately flashed. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. After which, he began to violently slap Xiao Yan's head. However, it was also at this moment that Lang Bingshuang suddenly moved. She arrived before Xiao Yan and used her full strength to receive the white-haired young man's strike. Boom! However, the huge gap between their cultivations caused Lang Bingshuang's lovely body to be instantly sent flying. At the same time, a mouthful of bright red fresh blood was spat out from her mouth, transforming into a blood fog that scattered onto Xiao Yan's face. The trace of coolness brought an extremely furious emotion to Xiao Yan. He had never thought that he would allow his woman to be bullied in front of him. At this very moment, the action of this white-haired young man had undoubtedly infuriated Xiao Yan in an instant. However, the white-haired young man had no idea that he had infuriated Xiao Yan. After sending Leng Bingshuang flying with a single strike, he directly changed his target and looked at Leng Bingshuang instead. Leng Bingshuang. On the other side, the patriarch and other elders of the Cyan Phoenix clan were enraged when they saw this scene, but they were immediately blocked by the experts brought by Zhang Xian. Humph, bitch. You're actually interested in trash like him. Since you insist on blocking for him, I'll send you on your way first. Then I'll kill that trash and make you two a pair of lovebirds. Arriving in front of Leng Bingshuang, the white-haired youth scolded with a ferocious expression. Then, he slowly raised his right hand, and with an extremely fast speed, mixed with an extremely tyrannical strength, he ruthlessly hit Leng Bingshuang's pale face. Boom! However, in the next instant, a hand that was filled with power suddenly grabbed the wrist of the white-haired young man and forcefully stopped his movement. At the same time, a powerful force actually firmly held onto his wrist like a metal clamp, causing him to be unable to move at all. What? You trash, get out of my way. The moment the white-haired young man turned his head, the expression on his face involuntarily became startled when he saw that it was actually Xiao Yan. Soon after, a furious emotion suddenly rose within the white-haired young man's heart. His other hand was suddenly clenched into a fist and violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's lowered head. Once this fist landed on Xiao Yan's head, it was likely that even with the strength of his physical body, he would be unable to endure it. Boom! However, a strange scene appeared once again. The white-haired young man's punch, which contained quite a bit of strength, was once again blocked by Xiao Yan's other hand. Soon after, under the white-haired young man's shocked gaze, Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, revealing a face that was filled with a wild killing intent. After which, one could hear an extremely heavy muffled sound. The white-haired young man's body uncontrollably shot backwards and actually forcefully penetrated through the dome of the guest hall. Chapter 11:16. The sudden turn of events attracted the gazes of everyone in the hall. When they saw the white-haired young man being sent flying by Xiao Yan's attack, everyone on the Zhangshuan side could not help but reveal shocked expressions. Given the white-haired young man's cultivation, they did not dare to believe that Xiao Yan, who was at the advanced origin transformation stage, would be able to force him back. However, when these people's gazes landed on Xiao Yan, they were surprised to discover that Xiao Yan's aura had undergone an extremely great change in the blink of an eye. His original late origin transformation cultivation had actually skyrocketed, reaching mid-returnance and even approaching late returnance. Compared to the white-haired young man, Xiao Yan's current cultivation was no different from his. Is this a secret technique? No, it's not a secret technique. It's a pill. No wonder. No wonder this kid can defeat a returnance expert with his cultivation at the origin transformation realm. So he's using a pill that can temporarily increase his cultivation. Humph, otherwise, it's impossible for him to be the opponent of a returnance expert with his measly strength. How can the difference in cultivation be made up for so easily? However, if we let him continue like this, it's very likely that his cultivation will surpass Feng Xiangyu's. Steward, should we stop this kid? These people were indeed worthy of being members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe. With just a glance, they were able to see some clues on Xiao Yan's body. However, while these people were hesitating on whether they should intervene, Feng Xiangyu's body suddenly flashed above the dome that had been penetrated by his body. He arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. His face was ferocious as his claw violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's head. I was careless and actually forgot about you. Looks like you're even more trash than I imagined. You actually relied on pills to increase your strength. Die. Feng Xiangyu's attack was fierce. His sharp claw was wrapped in Genesis Qi and forcefully tore through space. Wherever it passed, space collapsed as a sharp sonic boom rang out in the hall. In an instant, Feng Xianyu's curved claw had already approached Xiao Yan's face. It seemed like it would land on Xiao Yan's face in the next moment. However, Xiao Yan did not panic in the face of Feng Xianyu's attack. He bent down and picked up Lang Bingshuang before Feng Xianyu could reach him. When he lowered his head and saw the trace of blood at the corner of Lang Bingshuang's mouth, the killing intent in Xiao Yan's eyes became even sharper. "You're courting death." Seeing that Xiao Yan actually dared to ignore his attack, Feng Xianyu's expression changed. At the same time, he could not help but curse angrily. Since he was young, other than a few people in the clan, no one had dared to treat him with such contempt. Xiao Yan could be said to be the first, but he would definitely be the last. With this thought in mind, Feng Xianyu's attack became even fiercer. In an instant, Xiao Yan's head was torn to shreds. Feng Xianyu did not even turn his head to look as his claw swept past. He was confident that Xiao Yan had no chance of survival under his attack. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. You think you can fight me by relying on pills." "Really?" Feng Xianyu lowered his head and sneered. At the same time, he glanced at his hand that had just grabbed Xiao Yan's head. When he saw that his hand was not stained with the slightest bit of blood, his eyes were slightly startled. Following that, the expression on his face became interesting. There was not the slightest trace of blood in his fair palm, and the attack just now seemed incomparably easy. It was as if Xiao Yan had exploded into nothingness under his claw. However, Feng Xianyu also knew that even if Xiao Yan had died, it was impossible for there not to be any traces of blood left behind. Xiao Yan turned his head to take a look. Indeed, behind Feng Xianyu, there was a broken illusionary figure that was quietly dispersing. The thing that he had pierced through was merely the head of this illusionary figure. As for Xiao Yan's actual body, he had already left the spot with Lang Bingshuang when Feng Xianyu's claw landed. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Feng Xianyu was even more shocked. He originally thought that he had killed Xiao Yan, but it was only an afterimage. Shua! Immediately after, Feng Xianyu quickly felt an aura filled with killing intent. He immediately turned around and saw Xiao Yan, who was at a corner of the hall, gently placing Lang Bingshuang's delicate body on a table and feeding her a pill. Only then did he slowly raise his head. A pair of indifferent pitch-black eyes stared calmly at Feng Xianyu, as if nothing had happened. However, every time this happened, Xiao Yan would be the most terrifying. Feng Xianyu's heart involuntarily felt a chill spread when he noticed Xiao Yan's calm, dark black eyes. Although those eyes appeared calm, they contained a kind of annihilation feeling that appeared to be about to swallow everything. The invisible might that it gave others was likely even more dangerous than the ferocious aura that Feng Xianyu was currently emitting. "Humph," Feng Xianyu coldly snorted. This time, even with his temperament, he didn't dare to act rashly. He could clearly feel that Xiao Yan's strength was no longer inferior to his own. In fact, it was even faintly showing signs of being superior. Although this strength was only temporary, as long as Xiao Yan possessed it, it meant that Xiao Yan had the strength to fight on par with him. In fact, he might even be able to suppress him. Therefore, even Feng Xianyu couldn't act rashly before he had a complete chance of winning. Just as the people on Sung Xian's side were about to intervene, they were stopped by the people led by Murong Xian. Murong Xian knew that his father needed to face Sung Xian. Therefore, the remaining people could only be left to him to deal with. As for Xiao Yan's side, after seeing Xiao Yan's current condition, Murong Xian was certain that the one called Feng Xianyu was going to suffer. Since there was no one on either side who could interfere in the battle between the two, Xiao Yan could naturally wholeheartedly deal with the white-haired young man before him. "Hee, I didn't expect a trash from the western region like you to possess a pill that can greatly increase one's cultivation." Feng Xianyu's face carried ridicule as he stared at Xiao Yan opposite him. His mouth repeatedly sneered. At the same time, his gaze was constantly observing Xiao Yan's expression. If he could affect Xiao Yan's mental state at this moment, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for him. However, Xiao Yan didn't comment on Feng Xianyu's words. His indifferent gaze swept across the former's body as he sneered. "You keep calling me trash. Since you look down on me so much, aren't you still standing here with me? You. The flesh on Feng Xianyu's face involuntarily twitched when these words were uttered. He was just about to open his mouth to curse when Xiao Yan on the opposite side let out a cold laugh. Xiao Yan's feet heavily stomped on the ground. A wild and violent force suddenly poured out like a volcano eruption. Xiao Yan's body also disappeared from the original spot in an instant. Soon after, he had already arrived in front of Feng Xianyu. A fist violently smashed toward Feng Xianyu's face. Chapter 11:17. Although Feng Xianyu wanted to take the opportunity to affect Xiao Yan's state of mind, he did not expect that he would be used by the latter. Even if it was only for a moment, with the sky extinction step and the wing elephant art, in addition to the close distance between them, it was enough for him to launch a fierce attack on Feng Xianyu. All that Xiao Yan needed to do was to cause Feng Xianyu's state of mind to fluctuate for an instant when he executed this attack. In the end, he succeeded. Xiao Yan's lightning-like speed did not give Feng Xianyu any opportunity to attack. By the time he lifted his head, a powerful wind pressure had already descended from above his head. His entire body appeared to be pressed under a mountain, making it difficult for him to move. Hence, this punch of Xiao Yan's could be said to have completely smashed into Feng Xianyu's face without holding back. Bang! As the punch landed, Feng Xianyu's entire face was distorted in an instant. Fresh blood spurted out from his entire face. His mouth full of teeth were all knocked out by Xiao Yan's punch. The thoughts in his mind also became blank under Xiao Yan's punch. A feeling of dizziness appeared in his mind. His entire body flew backwards uncontrollably, like a broken sack. He heavily smashed onto the stone pillar in the hall, smashing it into pieces. Bastard, you're courting death. Seeing that Feng Xianyu was actually sent flying by Xiao Yan's punch without holding back, a few of the experts from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe could no longer maintain their composure. As they cursed, their figures rushed forward, wanting to take down Xiao Yan. However, the moment these people moved, Murong Hao and a group of elders from the Murong family in front of them immediately stepped forward and stopped these people. At the same time, Xiao Yan did not stop. Before Feng Xianyu regained his senses, Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in front of him. He waved his fists and ruthlessly smashed Feng Xianyu's body in front of the broken stone pillar, one punch after another. In the hall, the sound of the tremors did not stop. Feng Xianyu's body was buried deep in the ruins of the hall under Xiao Yan's fists. Every time Xiao Yan's fist landed, there would be a dull collision sound. The hall in front of everyone present was also trembling slightly. At this very moment, everyone from the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe had their hearts in their throats. The higher-ups had sent them here to ensure Feng Xianyu's safety, but now, Feng Xianyu was being violently attacked by a human right in front of them. They could only watch helplessly. This made them feel extremely helpless. At this very moment, they could only hope that the medicinal effect of the pill in Xiao Yan's body would quickly wear off. Otherwise, if anything happened to Feng Xianyu, it was likely that everyone present would pay the price with their lives. Bang! 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 Heavy explosions continuously sounded. Every time Xiao Yan's fist landed, it was as if it was smashing into their hearts. At a certain moment, even the calm and unmoving Zhang Xian finally could not maintain the expression on his face. It was indeed a good thing for a person to experience some setbacks. However, he never expected that Feng Xianyu would not get up after being hit by Xiao Yan's fist. Although Xiao Yan played a part in this, it was mostly due to Feng Xianyu's own intelligence. Just from this point alone, the human called Xiao Yan had already far surpassed him. Otherwise, the person lying on the ground would not be him, Feng Xianyu. Quickly after, Zhang Xian's lips and teeth opened slightly. A soundless murmur was quietly sent into Feng Xianyu's mind, instantly waking up the dizzy Feng Xianyu from his unconscious state. On the main seat, Murong Sun naturally sensed Zhang Xian's actions. However, he also knew Feng Xianyu's identity. If something truly happened to Feng Xianyu here, it would likely bring a true calamity to the current Cyan Phoenix clan. So, before that happened, he absolutely could not allow anything to happen to Feng Xiangyu. As for Xiao Yan's violent beating, he would just treat it as a lesson. If Xiao Yan really wanted to kill Feng Xiangyu, it was not something that could be done with a mere punch. Given Xiao Yan's temperament, even if fury had already filled his heart, he still clearly understood that he absolutely could not bring a calamity to the Murong clan for any unnecessary reason. After roaming the continent for so many years, his temperament and experience were already incomparable to ordinary people. He was very clear on this point. This made Murong Sun feel much more at ease. It was also one of the reasons why Zhang Xian did not stop Xiao Yan when he saw Feng Xiangyu's violent beating. Bang! The instant Feng Xiangyu's consciousness recovered, Xiao Yan's fist was instantly blocked by a single hand. The frantically circulating Genesis Qi in his body immediately turned into a protective barrier, causing his aura to rise madly in an instant. Bastard, give, bang! However, even though Feng Xiangyu had already recovered his strength, Xiao Yan's other fist landed heavily with an even more ferocious momentum before he could finish spitting out the curse in his mouth. It completely smashed Feng Xiangyu's body into the ground. When Xiao Yan stood up with an expressionless face, the entire hall became completely silent. The atmosphere appeared strange and solemn. Everyone's gazes gathered on Xiao Yan's body in unison. Boom! Suddenly, the hall's ground was torn apart by a terrifying force. Rays of golden light shot out from the cracks, and with an earth-shaking cry, an enormous bird abruptly flew out, swallowing Xiao Yan in a single gulp. Then, it completely destroyed the hall's dome and rushed out of the Goshawk castle. Human. Today, I will completely devour you. As the cry rang out again, Feng Xiangyu, who had reverted to his original form, fiercely bit down, intending to crush Xiao Yan in his mouth. However, reality was not as simple as he had imagined. Clang! Dazzling golden light enveloped Xiao Yan's body as powerful Genesis Qi surged out wave after wave. The effects of the dragon bone pill continued to seep out. Although the power was not enough for Xiao Yan's cultivation to break through the shackles of the Returnance realm, it was enough to make him invincible in the Returnance realm. Coupled with his own battle prowess, Feng Xiangyu was no longer a threat to him. Ignoring Feng Xiangyu's attack, Xiao Yan used all his strength to display the giant elephant skill. An enormous illusory figure stood between the sky and the earth like Mount Tai. Soon after, in front of Feng Xiangyu's enormous beast eyes that were filled with terror, both of Xiao Yan's hands lifted Feng Xiangyu's body from the neck as though he was carrying a dead chicken. Xiao Yan used all his strength to violently smash Feng Xiangyu's body into a huge open ground in the city below. Chapter 11:18. Boom! In Blue Eagle City, Feng Xiangyu, who had transformed into his actual body, was heavily smashed down by Xiao Yan, who had used the giant elephant skill. His enormous body was like a falling star as it heavily smashed into an enormous square in the city below. The frightening impact smashed the entire square into a deep pit in an instant. Feng Xiangyu's enormous body was also buried deep within the enormous pit. No trace of him could be seen. Huff! Xiao Yan exhaled a long breath of turbid air from his mouth as he stood in the sky. His chest rose and fell as he gently clenched his hands. He sensed the surging strength within his body and a surprised expression involuntarily surfaced on his face. This dragon bone pill was indeed worthy of being a Tier 6 medicinal pill. Such a continuous and surging strength was still able to cause his overall condition to be at its peak even at this moment. They were both at the peak of late returnance, but Feng Xiangyu was not Xiao Yan's opponent at all. Logically speaking, a pill was still a pill after all. Whether it was in terms of control or circulation, a huge difference existed between a pill and a pill that relied on external sources of energy. However, even with that being the case, Feng Xiangyu was still not Xiao Yan's opponent. The fact that Xiao Yan could achieve this was proof of Xiao Yan's strength. Just think, if Xiao Yan had relied on his true strength, how could Feng Xiangyu have the chance to fight back? Cough cough cough, at the bottom of the huge pit, the golden light dissipated and Feng Xiangyu returned to his human form. However, he looked like a beggar at this time. His clothes were torn, his hair was disheveled, and his face was dirty. His entire body was twisted and broken. Countless bones in his body were broken, and even his chest was completely caved in. Conspicuous huge fist marks appeared on his body, and blood was already stained all over his body. His distorted face made it impossible to recognize his identity. Feng Xiangyu had really been beaten to the point where even his mother would not be able to recognize him. However, Xiao Yan did not seem to have any intentions of stopping. The giant elephant's skill quietly disappeared, turning into a golden light that filled the sky and disappeared from the world. Following the disappearance of the golden light, Xiao Yan's body also strangely disappeared from the spot. Almost at the same time, the skinny body of Xiao Yan suddenly appeared in front of Feng Xiangyu in the huge pit. At this moment, no one dared to look down on this black-robed, young man, whose body appeared thin and weak. The swollen flesh on Feng Xiangyu's face covered his eyes, preventing him from seeing what was happening. However, he was still a returnance expert after all, so he could still sense the appearance of the person before him. However, he was unable to respond in his current state. He did not have any strength to retaliate in the face of Xiao Yan's storm-like attacks. Even if he managed to struggle for an instant, he would be defeated by a single attack. Only at this moment did he sense just how frightening this black-robed, young man in front of him was. Only then did he clearly recognize his own powerlessness. Yes, whether it was pills or secret techniques, as long as it was a power that could be controlled, it belonged to him and was also a part of his strength. In the past, he had really missed this point. Soon afterwards, Xiao Yan swung his fist again, smashing it viciously at Feng Xiangyu's face. "Human, don't you dare." It was also in the next moment that a sharp, vicious cry boomed through Blue Eagle City. It was like the cry of an eagle, but also like thunder. The moment this voice was emitted, Xiao Yan's raised fist suddenly paused. His entire body was out of control in an instant. There seemed to be a strength in this world that could not be disobeyed controlling his actions. Even though he had used all his strength, he was still unable to control his body. Bzz. In an instant, Xiao Yan's mind buzzed as shock surged in his heart. He could feel the strength of this person. The power he possessed was likely even greater than that of Zhang Xian. Even the patriarch of the Azure Phoenix clan, Murong Sun, could not compare to him. What terrifying power! On top of the shock in Xiao Yan's heart, a feather drifted down from the sky above his head. An extremely powerful force suddenly descended and pressed down on Xiao Yan's head. "Humph, you dare to touch my clan's guest in my Blue Eagle City? You really don't put my Azure Phoenix clan in your eyes." Just as the pressure was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, an ancient and hoarse voice suddenly rang out from the Goshawk Castle. It echoed in Blue Eagle City like the ringing of a bell. The pressure that was about to land on Xiao Yan's head was also invisibly dispersed. You're going to stand up for this human brat?" A fierce cry was once again transmitted from the sky. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with shock as he lifted his head and looked over. He was surprised to discover that the place where the voice had originated from was one of the 3 enormous birds that were lingering in the sky. "Humph, Blue Eagle City is not a place where you can behave atrociously. If you dare to attack again, bzz." The old voice faintly rang out. Almost at the same time, an invisible energy wave suddenly swept out from the Goshawk Castle. Its target was the 3 giant birds in the sky. The 3 big fellows instantly retreated into the distance as if they had been frightened. Clearly, even they did not dare to easily deal with such an attack. A shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on Xiao Yan's face when he saw the 3 huge birds hurriedly pulling back. To be able to rely on an invisible energy ripple to force back these 3 fellows, just how frightening was the cultivation of this mysterious strong person. It was a long while later before Xiao Yan, who was in the city below, finally turned his head around with some lingering fear. He really did not expect that he would be able to repeatedly meet such frightening experts in this seemingly barren western region. This Yuanwu continent was really a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Even the barren western region of the continent was like this. It was difficult to imagine just what kind of shocking scene there would be in the mysterious middle region. The moment Xiao Yan turned around, he realized that Feng Xiangyu had already disappeared. He focused his gaze and saw that Feng Xianyu was currently sitting cross-legged on a street in the distance. A surging energy was swiftly dispersing within his body. In the blink of an eye, most of the injuries on his body had already recovered. Surging medicinal strength continued to surge out of his body, healing the injuries on his body at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He did not expect Feng Xianyu to calm down so quickly. Feng Xianyu did not take advantage of Xiao Yan's absent-mindedness to madly retaliate. Instead, Feng Xianyu tactfully retreated a distance and used this short period of time to heal his injuries. It seemed that Feng Xianyu was not an idiot. He had actually comprehended something during the battle. Sensing Xiao Yan's gaze, Feng Xianyu, whose face was still a little distorted, finally opened his pair of icy cold eyes. An extremely cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, a dazzling golden light that was like the sun shot out from his eyes. Xiao Yan, use all your strength and fight me head-on. As soon as he finished speaking, waves of powerful bloodline pressure spread out from his body, transforming into a seemingly material aura that enveloped Feng Xianyu's body. Chapter 11:19. Xiao Yan's heart skipped a beat when he felt the bloodline aura that was bursting out from Feng Xianyu's body. At the same time, he could not help but look elsewhere. After confirming that there was nothing out of the ordinary, he turned his gaze back to Feng Xianyu. Bloodline power, Xiao Yan was naturally very clear about this special demonic beast bloodline. It was similar to the bloodline power of the Xiao clan. Once it was used, it could also bring about a great increase in one's strength in a short period of time. In a battle of this level, once the bloodline power was activated, the battle would undoubtedly be raised to another level. However, this was where the problem lay. In order to not be discovered by the other members of the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe, Xiao Yan had thought of all ways to hide the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body before he came here. This was because once the bloodline power of the Dragon Phoenix bloodline was discovered by them, it would definitely bring about a devastating disaster to Xiao Yan. Therefore, throughout the battle, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan or Feng Xianyu, if either of them activated the bloodline power, it could possibly expose the fact that Xiao Yan had the Dragon Phoenix bloodline in his body. However, at this moment, Feng Xianyu had already activated the bloodline power in his body. Xiao Yan could only hope that this guy would not discover anything. Phew, Feng Xianyu exhaled faintly and slowly stood up from the ground. Waves of icy aura were released from his body and froze the ground around him. Great Way of Ice, Ice Domain, activate. As Feng Xianyu uttered the last word, the tip of his foot tapped lightly on the ground that was covered in ice. At the same time, his body flew forward. At the same time, a layer of cold ice spread rapidly above the huge pit. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered Xiao Yan's feet. At the same time, the temperature between heaven and earth dropped abruptly. Snowflakes of ice crystals floated in the sky. The originally gentle breeze was now like an invisible sharp blade that scraped against one's skin painfully. Immediately after, Feng Xianyu, who was flying forward, clenched his fist tightly. The great way of ice immediately condensed and turned into an ice halberd in his hand. His body circled in midair, and the halberd immediately spun crazily and stabbed towards Xiao Yan. Mammoth Art, activate. Xiao Yan frowned slightly in response to Feng Xianyu's powerful attack. He then abruptly clenched his fists, and the Genesis chi and power in his body began to circulate at the same time. In the blink of an eye, a giant metal giant once again stood tall in the area. Clang! Sparks burst forth as the halberd ruthlessly pierced into the Vajra giant that was completely condensed from the virtual image. However, it was as if it had really collided with an iron wall. Dazzling sparks continuously burst forth as the powerful force finally pushed Xiao Yan back a little. However, that was all. During this entire process, Xiao Yan did not take the initiative to launch an attack. He completely relied on the strength of the mammoth tactic to directly resist Feng Xianyu's attacks. What? Feng Xianyu had clearly activated the power of his bloodline. However, he discovered that he was still unable to defeat Xiao Yan. He was even unable to break through the latter's defense. Such a strange scene caused Feng Xiangyu to be extremely shocked. Damn it! Ice-breaking kill. Seeing that his attack had failed, Feng Xiangyu could only look for another method. The halberd violently jerked, once again pushing Xiao Yan back. He then immediately stabbed the tip of the halberd into the ice in front of him and fiercely twisted. A clear sound of breaking ice was heard as sharp icicles filled with Genesis Chi slowly floated up, hovering around Feng Xiangyu. With a furious roar from Feng Xiangyu, countless icicles viciously pierced towards Xiao Yan with the power to break bamboo. Ding 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 ding, countless crisp sounds of collisions rang out. After those icicles touched the giant elephant art, other than leaving a shallow white mark on its surface, they immediately shattered into pieces of ice shards and fell to the ground. However, these ice shards strangely landed on the surface of the body formed by the giant elephant art. In the end, countless pieces of ice finally sealed Xiao Yan's entire body. A thick layer of ice completely sealed the mammoth tactic in Xiao Yan within, making it impossible for him to move, let alone break free. My ice-breaking kill doesn't rely on the power of these ice shards. Instead, it uses these shards of ice to freeze the opponent. Then, I will break the ice from the outside. If the ice is broken, your golden body will be broken as well. As these words left his mouth, Feng Xiangyu's body had already arrived in front of Bing Feng's mammoth tactic. The tip of the halberd touched the ice, and with a little force, the entire layer of ice completely shattered. At the same time, Xiao Yan's mammoth tactic was also broken. Kill. With the mammoth tactic broken, the power contained in the ice halberd was unreservedly thrust forward. In a flash, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan and was about to pierce his chest. At that time, even if Xiao Yan did not die, his body would be seriously injured in an instant. Bang! However, in the next moment, when the halberd was only a few inches away from Xiao Yan's chest, Xiao Yan clasped his hands together and a powerful force firmly controlled the tip of the halberd between his two hands, causing it to be unable to advance any further. At the same time, ferocious flames abruptly ignited on Xiao Yan's body. The two hands that grabbed the halberd fiercely squeezed. In addition to the raging flames of the heavenly flame, even if it was formed by the power of the great Tao, it was still ruthlessly broken by Xiao Yan. Soon after, Xiao Yan finally raised his head. He stared at Feng Xiangyu's dull face in front of him and smiled coldly. His body suddenly leaned forward. Soon after, his hand, which was covered by the heavenly flame, gently pressed against Feng Xiangyu's chest. Bang! A powerful force pierced through Feng Xiangyu's chest and back in an instant, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. Feng Xiangyu's complexion, which had just taken a turn for the better, once again turned deathly white. The little bit of confidence and courage he had gathered in his patience had also been destroyed by Xiao Yan in the most merciless manner possible. Feng Xiangyu's body was sent flying uncontrollably as the Genesis Qi he had painstakingly gathered in his body instantly dissipated. Feng Xiangyu's mind was completely blank as despair filled his heart. He did not dare to imagine that his all-out attack was actually no match for Xiao Yan's palm. Just why was this? Xiao Yan did not follow up with another attack after sending Feng Xiangyu flying with his palm. This was because he had already clearly sensed three ferocious gazes that wanted to devour him. If he were to continue, it was likely that the three fellows in the sky would not be able to endure any longer before Feng Xiangyu breathed his last. Feng Xiangyu was naturally not a problem for him. In today's battle, Xiao Yan had repeatedly destroyed Feng Xiangyu's confidence, which would likely affect his future cultivation. A mere origin transformation expert from the western regions would likely become a demon in Feng Xiangyu's heart in the future, making it difficult for Feng Xiangyu to make any further progress. As such, not only had Xiao Yan not killed Feng Xiangyu, he had also eliminated an enemy that could potentially become a problem in the future. Was this not a good idea? After which, Xiao Yan no longer bothered about Feng Xiangyu. Instead, his body flashed and returned to the goshawk castle. It was only at this moment that the enormous strength within Xiao Yan's body began to swiftly disappear. Finally, when Xiao Yan supported his body and arrived in front of the still unconscious Lang Bing Shuang, the sight in front of him suddenly turned black. His entire body immediately fell uncontrollably onto Lang Bingshuang's body. Chapter 11:20. By the time Xiao Yan woke up from his unconscious state, Feng Xiangyu's group had already left. With Murong Sun and that mysterious expert blocking them, they could only leave angrily regardless of how furious they were in their hearts. Only a messy Blue Eagle city was left behind. Of course, the members of the Murong clan were unconcerned about this. What they were concerned about was the matter that had happened to Lang Bingshuang. When they saw Xiao Yan angrily attack Feng Xianyu because of Lang Bingshuang, the upper echelons of the Murong family had already begun to suspect the relationship between the two of them. Only when Sang Xian and the others left and they saw Lang Bingshuang's worried expression after she woke up did they become even more certain of their relationship. The overflowing feelings that surpassed the boundaries of friendship made them immediately understand the importance of Xiao Yan in Lang Bingshuang's heart. Of course, Xiao Yan's actions earlier had already proven this woman's identity to them. Such a domineering and irrefutable attitude was rarely seen in the world. Which origin transformation expert would be like Xiao Yan, able to utter such retorting words in the face of Sang Xian, whose strength far surpassed his own, like that of Xiao Yan? Most of the time, a person's seemingly foolish action could actually reflect his bravery and worth. If Xiao Yan was embarrassed to speak today because of the difference in strength between him and his opponent, then it was likely that both the Murong clan and Lang Bingshuang would be disappointed in him, especially Lang Bingshuang. However, Xiao Yan had used his actions to break something that most people would not do. Not lowering his head to the strong, not giving up due to fear. After the effects of the dragon bone pill wore off, Xiao Yan still fell before Lang Bingshuang in the end. His slightly skinny body fell onto Lang Bingshuang's body. In the final moment before Xiao Yan completely lost consciousness, he could only smell a faint fragrance. He clearly remembered that it was the unique scent of Lang Bingshuang. In a beautiful boudoir within the Goshawk Castle, Xiao Yan's breathing was calm as he lay on the bed in a deep sleep. Beside him, Lang Bingshuang's soft, boneless lovely body was lying on the side of the bed. She frowned slightly as her pretty eyes stared at the side of Xiao Yan's face. She was completely entranced and no one knew what she was thinking in her mind. After Murong Sun's personal investigation, he confirmed that Xiao Yan was fine. He had only fainted because the energy in his body had been exhausted. Even so, Lang Bingshuang couldn't help but worry. 2 hours had already passed, yet Xiao Yan still hadn't woken up. Lang Bingshuang stared at Xiao Yan's face in a daze. At a certain moment, Lang Bingshuang, who was absent-minded, suddenly felt an abnormal gaze on her. She immediately came back to her senses, and as she focused her gaze, she saw Xiao Yan staring at her with a smile. His face was filled with an intoxicated expression. Instantly, a crimson color surged onto her cheeks. Lang Bingshuang couldn't help but avoid Xiao Yan's gaze. She lowered her head slightly, and just as she was about to stand up and leave, Xiao Yan suddenly wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Then, he lightly lifted, and amidst a surprised cry, Lang Bingshuang's light body was carried onto the bed by Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan abruptly flipped over, and put the beauty on top of him onto the bed. Then, he pressed her under him. The two of them faced each other. One was like an enraged wild beast, while the other was like a frightened deer that was curled up together. She didn't know what to do. Her beautiful eyes kept on flickering as she looked at the man in front of her. She could clearly feel the uncontrollable raging flames in the man's body. It was as if they were going to devour her alive. It made her both shocked and terrified. "What are you doing?" Lang Bingshuang's heart rapidly jumped as she cried out. At the same time, her body kept on twisting, wanting to escape from Xiao Yan's imprisonment. However, the woman's actions instead caused the man's emotions to rise. He grinned, and said with a loud laugh, "What are you doing? What do you think I'm doing? At a time like this, of course I have to do what a man should do." After speaking, Xiao Yan abruptly lowered his head, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He didn't allow Lang Bingshuang to say anything else as he lowered his head and pressed her down. Immediately after, in the boudoir, there was boundless spring. After a long time, outside the door, Murong Xian slowly walked in from the end of the corridor. A relaxed smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Just as he arrived in front of Lang Bingshuang's door and was about to raise his hand to knock on the door, a faint moving sound came from the boudoir, causing Murong Xian's movements to suddenly stop. His old face couldn't help but flush. It was also at this moment that a few maids from the family walked in. When they saw Murong Xian, they immediately opened their mouths to greet him. However, they were immediately stopped by Murong Xian with a wave of his hand. His body blocked the door, as if he wanted to cover up the movements in the room. At the same time, he sent the maids away with a smile on his face. Seeing the graceful backs of the several people leaving, Murong Xian shook his head with a strange expression. After attentively listening for a while, his face reddened as he hurriedly left. Only after the sky darkened did a maid come and respectfully invite the two of them. Only then did Xiao Yan hold Lang Bingshuang's hand and walk out of the room. When the two of them saw Murong Sun and the other people from the clan again, they discovered that everyone's gazes involuntarily looked at Lang Bingshuang. Then, their gazes returned to Xiao Yan. Within their gazes, there was a hint of faintly discernible teasing. Xiao Yan was a guest, while Lang Bingshuang had returned to her hometown. Because of that, Murong Xian specially prepared a banquet to welcome the two of them. However, after the two of them sat down, for some unknown reason, as they chatted and laughed, their words were all focused on Xiao Yan. On the other hand, Lang Bingshuang, a person who was originally of great importance to the Azure Phoenix clan, was mysteriously ignored. During that entire process, Lang Bingshuang's face reddened. Naturally, she understood some things from the gazes of those people. Other than feeling shame and anger in her heart, she could only vent her anger onto Xiao Yan. Taking advantage of the time when he was happily chatting and drinking with the people at the table, Xiao Yan's thigh had already turned purple. Everyone pretended as if nothing had happened. Even when the banquet was over, there were still happy smiles on their faces. Only Xiao Yan, as he helplessly smiled, he couldn't help hugging his swollen thigh. Right now, even walking had become a problem. In the end, only with Lang Bingshuang's support did Xiao Yan return to the room as if he was drunk. In the next few days, Xiao Yan stayed in Blue Eagle City. Naturally, the Murong family treated him with incomparable warmth. Xiao Yan was naturally very happy. In that period of time, Xiao Yan and Lang Bingshuang had quite a bit of fun as well. Only 4 days later did the two of them receive news from the Shilin region. Within the news, there weren't too many descriptions, only 4 simple words. Luo Jin has arrived. Chapter 11:21. Xiao Yan's heart was immediately filled with joy when he received the news that Luo Jin had sent over. Back then, he had not met Luo Jin since the Tianju ancient tomb. He did not know just what kind of cultivation that fellow had become after these years. If they were to meet this time around, he would definitely have a good drink with Luo Jin. Carrying the surprise in his heart, Xiao Yan led Lang Bingshuang to bid farewell to the Mu Rong clan and hurried towards the Shilin region. 3 days later, the two of them returned to the Shilin mountain range. Luo Jin was waiting for Xiao Yan's return. Obviously, there would be a lot of small talk when brothers met. Ha ha ha, brother Luo Jin, I never thought that you would have already reached the peak of late origin transformation after a few years. You're probably only a step away from returnance. As they approached, the two men gave each other a big hug. Both of their faces revealed heroic smiles. After not seeing each other for several years, not only did their relationship not fade, it had instead deepened with the passage of time. The relationship between men was like a jar of aged wine. It did not need any seasoning. Time was the best winemaker. Hee, I can't compare to you. You're basically a monster. I've only just returned to the Western region, and I've already heard that you can even kill returnance experts. I really have no idea how you cultivate, Jian Chen laughed. Hearing this, Xiao Yan innocently shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything else. Seeing this, Luo Jin also understood that Xiao Yan had some difficulties in his heart. He laughed out loud and did not say anything more on this issue. Since you've already returned to the Western region, I wonder if old man Luo has come as well. Xiao Yan was naturally asking about Luo Ao. Until now, he still remembered the words that Luo Ao had told him back then. If he wanted to completely repair the heavy Xian ruler and the Luo Tian cauldron, he would need some special ingredients. Only Luo Ao was aware of these ingredients. Xiao Yan involuntarily wanted to inquire about them after seeing Luo Jin return this time around. However, to Xiao Yan's disappointment, Luo Ao had already returned to the central region. Now, only Luo Jin remained in the western region. If not for his relationship with Xiao Yan, he would have returned to the central region long ago. After learning that Luo Ao had already returned to the central region, Xiao Yan nodded, but he could not help but feel suspicious. A few months ago, Xingdan of the Alchemist Alliance had also said that he would be going out on a trip, and the hall master of the Ghost Hall had died at his hands in order to capture him. Now, even Luo Ao, a force from the central region, had returned to the central region. Why was this? Unknowingly, these forces from the central territory had actually retracted their main forces. Could this be a coincidence? However, just as Xiao Yan was harboring suspicions in his heart, Luo Jin, who was originally laughing with him, gradually withdrew the smile on his face. His expression turned serious as he solemnly said, "Xiao Yan, meeting you is only one of my reasons for returning to the western regions this time. The main reason is because of another matter." Hearing this, Xiao Yan immediately raised his eyebrows. A bad premonition quietly rose in his heart. On my way back, I heard that the Sea Cloud Palace, one of the major factions in the southern region, is preparing to annex some of the factions in the southwest border. This includes a city, the Qingyang city. However, according to what I know, the Lu clan in the Qingyang city insists on not submitting to the Sea Cloud Palace. Therefore, the Sea Cloud Palace seems to be planning to act against them. I know that the Lu clan has quite a deep relationship with you, so I hurriedly came to find you. Swoosh. Xiao Yan's expression immediately darkened when Luo Jin said this. Qingyang city. Wasn't that the Lu clan's territory? Other than him, Bai Hua was also there. Moreover, there was also that little girl called Lian Er. She was another one with the woeful poison body. He had originally planned to find her as a disciple for the fairy doctor. Moreover, he had promised Lu Feng that he would help him protect the Lu clan. Now that they were about to be annihilated, how could he sit by and do nothing? Thank you. This information is extremely important to me. If you hadn't told me today, I'm afraid that I would have to bear this regret for the rest of my life. Xiao Yan clasped his hands towards Luo Jin with a solemn expression. Seeing this, Luo Jin didn't have any intention to stop him. He could understand the meaning behind Xiao Yan's expression. If it wasn't something extremely important, it was impossible for him to completely express the emotions in his heart on his face. That Sea Cloud Palace had really angered Xiao Yan this time. What should we do now? Seeing the expression on Xiao Yan's face, Lang Bingshuang, who was following by the side, also asked with a worried expression. It was only at this moment that Luo Jin noticed the beautiful woman beside Xiao Yan. Feeling the powerful aura within the latter's body that was not inferior to his own, Luo Jin's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He didn't expect that in just a few years, not only had Xiao Yan become so tyrannical, even the cultivation of the people around him had also reached such a powerful level. Moreover, looking at the way Lang Bingshuang was holding onto Xiao Yan's arm, as long as anyone saw it, they would be able to immediately recognize the relationship between the two. This guy is really, sensing this, even with Luo Jin's mental state, he couldn't help but feel a trace of envy rise in his heart. Let's go. Let's go to the southern region. Without any hesitation, Xiao Yan straightforwardly spat out these words without even thinking. With one hand holding on to Lang Bingshuang, he turned around and brought Lang Bingshuang towards Langchui city. The latter obediently followed beside Xiao Yan, allowing him to hold on to her jade-like hand. The two of them swiftly flew out of the Shilin mountain range. Behind them, Luo Jin hesitated for a moment before hurriedly following. On a mountain peak in the distance, the little fairy doctor, who was wearing a long white dress, gazed at the back of the person who had bitterly waited for his return, only to leave in the blink of an eye. The depths of her beautiful eyes were filled with desolation. It seemed like he no longer needed her by his side. An hour later, Xiao Yan's group swiftly arrived at Lengchui City. This place was where the formation that connected the western region and the southern region was located. In the entire western region, only through this place could they enter the southern region. However, when the three of them arrived at this place, the scene in front of them instantly caused their faces to become dull. The originally prosperous Lengchui City was actually a mess at this very moment. The entire city was strangely deathly silent, as if it had just experienced a huge battle. Other than corpses and broken walls that littered the ground, there was nothing left in the entire city. The once prosperous Lengchui City had now become a dead city. Moreover, what shocked Xiao Yan's group the most was that the transportation formation at the center of the city had actually been forcefully destroyed by some unknown force. In other words, the current them had no way of entering the western region. Chapter 1122. The faces of Xiao Yan's group involuntarily revealed a shocked expression when they saw the scene in front of them. It was difficult to imagine why Green Jade City had suddenly turned into such a state. Just who was it that committed such a violent act in the city? They were so cruel to the point of massacring the entire city. Moreover, they had even destroyed the most important transportation formation in the city. Damn it! Who the hell did this? Once the teleportation formation was destroyed, Xiao Yan's journey would be blocked. He would not be able to reach the southern region and would not be able to save the Lu family. Could it be him? Just as Xiao Yan was cursing in a deep voice, Luo Jin suddenly thought of something. His gaze suddenly turned and landed on the loft where the Yunin Pavilion was located. At this moment, the Yunin Pavilion had long been reduced to ruins. Naturally, it was impossible to find out anything. However, Luo Jin could guess that the person who had caused all this was probably the person who had been in the loft. Zhang Yi. Before parting ways with Luo Ao on this trip to the western region, the latter had warned Luo Jin to be careful of Zhang Yi in Emerald City. Even though Luo Jin did not understand the meaning of Luo Ao's words, he could not help but place all his suspicions on Zhang Yi when he saw the current state of the city. A person whom Luo Ao had specifically warned was probably not a simple person. Soon after, Xiao Yan relied on his enormous spiritual energy to gather wisps of extremely weak black qi in the ruined city. Instantly, his expression became extremely gloomy. Ghost Palace. Luo Jin immediately understood the reason why Luo Ao had warned him to be careful of Zhang Yi. It was likely that Zhang Yi had used his true identity as a member of the Ghost Hall and had borrowed Zhang Yi's body to hide by their side and keep an eye on their movements. Unfortunately, even though they now knew the other party's identity, it was already too late. The entire Emerald City had been destroyed and the teleportation formation had been destroyed. They would not be able to leave the western region. Ghost Palace, it's Ghost Palace again. Even though he had already recognized the other party's identity, Xiao Yan could only grit his teeth and curse angrily since the formation had been destroyed. What should we do now? The teleportation array has been destroyed. We can't enter the southern region. Leng Bingshuang, who was beside Xiao Yan, also clearly felt the rage in Xiao Yan's heart at this moment. While she was worried about this, she could only try her best to calm Xiao Yan's emotions. The more it was at such a moment, the more one had to suppress their inner emotions. Otherwise, once they lost their rationality, they would lose even more. I can try to repair this formation, but it will take a few days. Luo Jin furrowed his brows. Speaking of which, this could be considered as his own negligence. Now that Emerald Green City had been destroyed, the only thing he could do was to try his best to repair the teleportation array. No, I can't wait that long. I have to leave immediately. Otherwise, the Lu clan will be in danger of being exterminated for even a second longer. After being comforted by Leng Bingshuang, Xiao Yan's emotions were temporarily suppressed. However, he did not place his hopes on the teleportation array. A few days' time was enough to determine the outcome. He had to rush to the Lu clan before all of this happened. Xiao Yan could not wait any longer. Xiao Yan's reply left Luo Jin and Leng Bingshuang speechless. Without the help of the formation, how were they going to reach the southern region? Phew, Xiao Yan let out a long breath. he seemed to have made up his mind. If they had to reach the southern region without the help of the teleportation array, it was not completely impossible. However, there were very few people who could use this method. That was, to destroy the regional boundary. As long as they used the purest strength to directly destroy the regional boundary, Xiao Yan and the others would be able to freely enter and exit the two regions before it gathered the energy of heaven and earth to restore itself. However, it was practically impossible for Xiao Yan to achieve this with his current cultivation. Even if he used the void path, it was impossible to pass through the boundary without any obstructions. Since ancient times, all those who had attempted to pass through the barrier of a region could only rely on their great strength to forcefully shatter a hole in the barrier of a region other than relying on a formation. Now, Xiao Yan needed to use this method in order to enter the southern region. Brother Xiao, don't tell me you. When he thought of that, even with Luo Jin's temperament, he could not help but reveal an expression of shock. Let alone others, even if he used everything he had, he would not be able to destroy the regional boundary. However, if it was Xiao Yan, even though his heart was unwilling to believe it, Luo Jin's subconscious still had an indescribable feeling. It was as though all the impossible things that were placed in front of Xiao Yan would present a chance. Perhaps, Xiao Yan could really do it. At the same time, Lang Bingshuang by the side also tightly clenched her white hands. Her pretty eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Xiao Yan. She was clearly aware of Xiao Yan's character. Once he had decided on something, it would be very difficult for him to change his mind. The thing that she was most worried about was that it was fine if the region barrier could be successfully broken. However, if it failed, it was likely that Xiao Yan would suffer an even greater backlash. Afterwards, Xiao Yan did not say anything else. He turned around and flew towards the south. I'll go as well. Seeing Xiao Yan turn around and leave, Lang Bingshuang hurriedly moved to follow him. However, she was stopped by Xiao Yan. You and Luo Jin stay here. He'll repair the teleportation formation. You need to be on guard against people from the ghost hall. I'll go alone. Once he said those words, Xiao Yan exchanged glances with Luo Jin. The latter immediately nodded heavily upon seeing this. After which, Xiao Yan swiftly left this place with a lightning-like speed. Lang Bingshuang watched Xiao Yan's back as he left from where she stood. Even though her heart was extremely anxious, she could only obediently remain there. Soon after, Luo Jin also placed his attention on the destroyed transportation formation in front of him. Although the teleportation formation had been destroyed, its original formation was still there. As long as the damaged part was repaired, the teleportation formation could still be used. However, with Luo Jin's current strength, it would take several days to repair the teleportation formation. On the other side, Xiao Yan was using his fastest speed to fly to the south. In less than 15 minutes, he had arrived in front of a natural golden energy barrier. When he raised his head and looked over, he could see no end to the golden barrier. It stood between the sky and the earth. It was just like a wall that connected the sky and the earth, separating the southern and southern regions from each other. This was the so-called Zhou region boundary. Chapter 11:23. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with determination as he gazed at the golden wall before him. In reality, the western and southern regions were not as far apart as he had imagined. However, due to the barrier, the distance between the two regions was like the distance between heaven and earth. No one could travel back and forth between the two regions without the use of a teleportation formation. Of course, this was only a saying that had been passed down by most people. Even without the assistance of a teleportation formation, it was not impossible to pass through the barrier by relying on one's strength. However, this was dependent on one's strength. This point seemed to have imperceptibly once again explained the importance of strength on this continent to everyone. Powerful strength was the pass that every place on the continent would definitely acknowledge. Even something as powerful as the force of the heavens and the earth would be unable to stop it if it was sufficiently powerful. Huff, Xiao Yan slowly exhaled as he looked at the dense energy barrier in front of him. At this moment, a ripple involuntarily rose in the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart despite his mental fortitude when he personally faced the Zhou region barrier. In the eyes of many experts, the provincial domain barrier was an existence that could not be broken. It had stood in the world for countless years. No one knew how it had been formed, but everyone knew that it was powerful. It was not something that anyone could touch. Anyone who wanted to challenge the might of the provincial domain barrier would definitely have to pay a great price. Even so, Xiao Yan was determined to set foot in the southern region today. Even the force of the heavens and the earth would not be able to stop him from going over. On the other side of the golden barrier, the land that could be vaguely seen was the southern region. How could the so-called force of the heavens and the earth make him retreat so easily? If he did not fight, he would never be able to break through it. Ha! Mammoth technique, activate. In the next moment, a world-shaking roar burst out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Raging flames burned in the depths of Xiao Yan's eyes, and a huge golden figure stood between the heavens and the earth. Facing the golden barrier, Xiao Yan suddenly clenched his fist, and a terrifying force rapidly condensed in his palm. It had the power to shatter the heavens and the earth. Ferocious heavenly flames burned vigorously on his fist, melting everything. Even space would be incinerated into nothingness. Level 8 collapse. A thunderous roar came from his throat. At the same time, his huge fist heavily smashed down, ruthlessly smashing into the golden barrier in front of him. The powerful force immediately turned into circles of seemingly solid energy ripples that rapidly spread out. Just as Xiao Yan's fist was about to leave a dent on the golden barrier, before Xiao Yan could catch his breath, an even more ferocious force suddenly shot out from within the barrier like a volcanic eruption and ruthlessly smashed into Xiao Yan's body. Bam! With a loud muffled sound, Xiao Yan's body was immediately sent flying. The mammoth technique dissipated in an instant, and a mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's face turned deathly pale. Cough, 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 cough. After a series of violent coughs, Xiao Yan crawled out of the huge pit that was smashed out with some difficulty. He coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood and hurriedly swallowed a pill. Only then did his expression become extremely grave as his gaze once again landed on the golden barrier that had returned to its original state. It must be said that this Zhou region barrier was much stronger than Xiao Yan had imagined. Originally, he thought that with just his punch earlier, even if he was unable to shatter the barrier, he should at least be able to penetrate half of the barrier's thickness. However, after this attempt, Xiao Yan finally understood that he had greatly underestimated the toughness of this barrier. It was impossible for him to shatter it by relying on brute force alone. Instead, he would end up receiving a barrage of attacks from this barrier. It could be said that the losses outweighed the gains. In the end, there was only one method that Xiao Yan could think of. Unless he could shatter this region's barrier in one strike, he could only continue like this without knowing the foundation. It was simply not a solution to wait and see. A full-force attack was Xiao Yan's only choice now. With this thought in mind, Xiao Yan wiped off the bloodstain on the corner of his mouth. As he refined the pill in his body to heal his injuries, he freed up his hands. With a pu sound, each of his hands held a type of heavenly flame. After which, under Xiao Yan's control, the two types of heavenly flames began to slowly merge. And this move was Xiao Yan's trump card, the angry Buddha lotus flame. Other than this move, Xiao Yan could not think of any other Do technique that could possess such might. He only had one chance. If he did not use his full force, the price was definitely not something that he could bear. Therefore, using the angry Buddha lotus flame was also imperative. A moment later, an extremely exquisite fire lotus was agglomerated and formed between Xiao Yan's hands. As it floated and rotated, the invisible space was easily torn apart. Under this seemingly harmless and exquisite appearance, there was a terrifying destructive force that caused one's courage to shatter. After which, under Xiao Yan's expectations, the fire lotus slowly floated out from his palm. It was like a butterfly that had just broken out of its cocoon as it gently flew towards the region's barrier. During this process, Xiao Yan's heart was incomparably nervous. He was naturally extremely clear about the might of the angry Buddha lotus flame. If even this attack was unable to break the region's barrier, it was likely that not only would he be unable to enter the southern region, even his life would be in danger. Under Xiao Yan's anxious gaze, the fire lotus and the golden barrier slowly came into contact. Boom. An extremely terrifying storm of destruction swept out. Powerful energy viciously slammed against the region's barrier. In the blink of an eye, the region was reduced to endless darkness. Everything in the surroundings was destroyed. Even the majestic region's barrier shook violently. The powerful force had clearly succeeded in shaking the power of the world. Xiao Yan could not help but reveal an excited smile when he saw this. This continued until the powerful storm of energy completely dispersed. As the storm swept out, Xiao Yan's vision cleared up. Half of the world had been destroyed beyond recognition. On the other hand, the region's barrier actually remained the same. This, in an instant, Xiao Yan's entire body solidified on the spot like a stone statue. It was unexpected that even his greatest trump card was unable to shatter the barrier of this region. However, soon after, just as Xiao Yan was filled with disappointment, a gentle crack suddenly rang out from the region's barrier. Afterwards, with a bang, the thick region's barrier suddenly exploded, revealing a gap that was just large enough for a person to pass through. In this way, the path to the southern region was completely laid out in front of Xiao Yan. Chapter 1124. While Xiao Yan's side had broken the boundary of the region and was preparing to enter the southern region, a group of people from the southern region were using an extremely fast speed to fly to the southwestern border. The leader of the group was an old man with long, gray hair. His face was somewhat shady, and his sunken, turbid eyes contained specks of golden light, giving him a somewhat strange appearance. The most shocking thing was that this old man's cultivation was clearly only that of a 9-star Do-D. However, the auras of the other two old men behind him had already reached the origin transformation realm. The remaining people behind them might not be able to compare with the 3 people in the front row, but they were all top experts among the Do-D class. Their strength could not be underestimated. The group flew in the sky for a long time until an origin transformation expert behind the old man curiously asked, "Master, there's a group of people in Blue Sun City. It's not bad that there's an origin transformation expert in Azure Sun City, but there doesn't seem to be a need for so many of us. With me and Xin Yan working together, we'll definitely be able to deal with all of them." "That's right, Master Mu. The palace master seems to be making a big fuss this time. It's not like we've never met an origin transformation expert before. With the 2 of us working together, what can't we deal with?" To the side, the old man called Xin Yan laughed. His face was filled with confidence, as if the operation this time did not put any pressure on him at all. If it's just killing them all, it'll naturally be fine if it's just the 2 of you. However, the palace master has already given the order that one of the people in Azure Sun City must be brought back alive. That person is that origin transformation expert. Do you think you can bring him back alive?" Hearing the words of the 2 people behind him, the gray-haired old man coldly snorted. His words caused the 2 of them to become speechless. If the other party did not intend to self-destruct, they might be able to do so, but if that person intended to self-destruct, it would be very difficult for them to stop him. Very quickly, this group of people arrived outside Qingyang City. At the same time, the Lu family in the city had already noticed the arrival of this group of people. All the experts in the family moved out and flew into the sky to confront the group of people outside the city. The person in the lead was Bai Hua. These fellows really don't know when to stop. Lu Huabai, who was standing next to Bai Hua, looked at the group of people in front of him with a gloomy expression. All these years, the Azure Cloud Mansion had constantly sent powerhouses to attack his Green Sun City. However, due to Bai Hua, in addition to the arrival of Qin Zhong and the others, the Azure Cloud Mansion's powerhouses were defeated time and time again. Due to this reason, the Green Sun City's reputation had spread rapidly in the surrounding cities. The first result of this phenomenon was that the Lu clan's external businesses were extremely profitable, allowing the Lu clan to become even more prosperous than before. But half a year ago, this state of affairs was finally broken by an even more terrifying force. It was Sea Cloud Palace. As the greatest organization in the southwest, Sea Cloud Palace had begun to expand their territory without any limit since a year and a half ago. Sea Cloud Palace originally only occupied a portion of the prosperous cities, but in just a few short months, they had swallowed up over a dozen cities in the surroundings. Their methods were so ruthless that it was despicable. Unfortunately, faced with Sea Cloud Palace's brutality, the original clans and organizations in the cities could only surrender or die. In order to survive, many powers on the southwest border could only choose to endure or surrender. There was no such thing as spectators, because everyone was powerless to protect themselves. Even passers-by on the side of the road could be sentenced to death by Sea Cloud Palace in the next moment for a groundless crime. For a moment, the entire Southwest seemed to have fallen into hell. However, among the many organizations, only the Lu clan of Qingyang City was able to remain unscathed. This was because the Lu clan possessed a super expert at the late stage of the origin transformation realm. Because of Bai Hua, the few groups that Sea Cloud Palace had sent had all been mercilessly beaten back. The successive defeats had alarmed the upper echelons of Sea Cloud Palace. As a result, they were able to send out 2 origin transformation experts this time, as well as the leader, a gray-haired old man who was only a 9-star Do-D. Be careful. Our opponents this time are much stronger than the previous few waves. Bai Hua frowned as he glanced at the 2 origin transformation experts. Even he would find it extremely difficult to fight against 2 alone. Moreover, there seemed to be someone even more difficult to deal with in this group. Bai Hua's expression was somewhat ugly as she stared at the gray-haired old man. Although this fellow's aura was only that of a 9-star Do-D, the strange aura that was faintly emitted from his body caused her to be extremely shocked. There's something strange about this fellow. Bai Hua quietly spoke in her heart. She turned her gaze and immediately collided with Zhongli, whose expression was similarly ugly. Clearly, the other party had also sensed the strength of the few people on the other side. Adding this to the group of elite Do-D behind them, it was likely that this battle would be even more difficult than they had imagined. If Xiao Yan was here, these old bastards would be nothing. However, at this moment, a cute little head suddenly climbed up from Bai Hua's shoulder. Under the sunlight, an exquisite and pretty face was revealed. A pair of crystal-like bright eyes coldly stared at the group of people on the other side. The words that came out of her mouth caused everyone present to involuntarily recall the person who had not been heard of for many years. Xiao Yan, ah. I wonder how much he has grown. If he was here, there might still be a chance to turn things around. Qin Zhong's face was filled with disappointment as he recalled Xiao Yan in his heart. He involuntarily recalled the scene when Xiao Yan had saved him back then. Although he was still a young man, the strength that was contained in that body was something that many of the older generation, who had been famous for a long time, could not compare with. It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. If Xiao Yan was here, this group of people would definitely not be able to withstand even one of his attacks. The young lady was unwilling to give up as she opened her mouth. On the other hand, Bai Hua gently pressed the young lady's exquisite little head down. All right, Qianqian, quickly go back. Remember to look after that girl, Lian Er. Leave the matters here to us. This young lady was surprisingly the one who had left the Mu Rong family alone back then and traveled far to the southwest border. Murong Qianqian. I believe you must be Bai Hua. For the past half a year, your name has resounded like thunder in my ears. With your own strength, you have repeatedly repelled several waves of my Sea Cloud Palace teams. You already possess such strength at such a young age. Kid, in my entire life, I have only seen 2 people like you. You are the second. At this moment, the Sea Cloud Palace team outside the city slowly walked forward, arriving in the air less than 100 feet away from Bai Hua and the others. The 2 sides stared at each other from a distance. When the gray-haired old man's words rang out, he involuntarily lifted his hand and stroked his left arm. A ruthless look flashed in the depths of his eyes. Oh. Is that so? Then I think it's time for you to stop here. I will make sure that your memory is forever fixed at this moment. Bai Hua coldly snorted when she heard this. At the same time, the Genesis Qi in the vortex in her body abruptly gushed out of her body. A powerful aura turned into an invisible storm with Bai Hua at the center, oppressing the gray-haired old man and the others. Chapter 11:25. The curtains to the Battle of the Qingyang city began. The two groups, which had a total of nearly 30 people, began an intense collision in the sky above Qingyang city. Bai Hua relied on her own strength to fight against two origin transformation experts. With her advanced origin transformation cultivation, she was not at a disadvantage for a short period of time. As for Qin Zhong and the others, they each faced an elite Do Di from the Sea Cloud Palace. Among them, Zhongli faced the gray-haired, old man. Ha ha ha, Zhongli, it has been many years since we last met. It is unexpected that you have actually come here. Zhongli, who was also a 9-star Do Di, violently collided with the gray-haired, old man. The two of them immediately separated. However, the moment the two of them separated, the gray-haired, old man spat out an extremely strange sentence from his mouth. Zhongli immediately frowned when he heard these words. Although the person in front of him was filled with a strange aura, he did not seem to have come into contact with him. What did he mean by saying these words? It seems like we have never met before. Today's battle will definitely be the first time we have clashed. How can there be such a thing as meeting again? You have chosen the wrong person if you want to disturb my mind. Zhongli hesitated for an instant before letting out a cold snort. His body flashed and he arrived in front of the gray-haired, old man in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and viciously slammed it down on the other party's chest. Ha ha ha, as expected, you don't even recognize me now. Following a strange laugh, the gray-haired, old man's body wiggled strangely. He actually used an extremely strange posture to dodge Zhongli's attack. Zhongli's face did not show any surprise when he saw this. His hand swept through empty space as his body suddenly twisted. He turned around and kicked out once again. However, at the critical moment, the gray-haired, old man used his left hand to firmly grab his ankle. The powerful force was actually forcefully dispersed by him. What? Zhongli was startled. Before he could react, the person in front of him pulled forcefully pulling his body in front of him. Soon after, his right hand flashed with a golden light and arrived in front of him. A palm imprinted itself on his chest. Boom! Zhongli was immediately blown away by the palm strike. Strangely, while Zhongli's left hand was filled with power, his right hand seemed weak and powerless. It was very difficult to injure him. As a result, the gray-haired old man's palm strike only caused his vital energy and blood to churn. If it were anyone else, even if they were not heavily injured, they would definitely suffer from the palm strike. Damn it. Seeing that Zhongli was fine, the gray-haired old man cursed angrily with an unwillingness in his heart. Soon after, his right hand was swiftly raised. A mysterious golden formation was suddenly formed in his palm. Zhongli, I'll make you remember who I am soon. Zhongli spat out a venomous voice. In the next moment, golden light flickered around him at some unknown time. It quickly turned into a cylindrical barrier of light, trapping him within. This is... When Zhongli attempted to break this strange formation, he was shocked to discover that he was unable to break this strange formation with his strength. No matter how he attacked, this formation did not break at all. Instead, a portion of its strength was reflected back to him. The appearance of this scene caused him to involuntarily recall a certain person in the past. It was also because of this formation that he had once fallen into endless pain. God-trapping formation. Zhongli, do you still remember? In the ancient savage city, Buzz. The moment the gray-haired old man uttered these words, the scenes from back then immediately surfaced deep within Zhongli's mind. Soon after, he involuntarily cried out involuntarily. Muhan. You are Muhan. How is this possible? Muhan was one of the top figures in the ancient savage city back then. Unfortunately, he met Xiao Yan and fell into dire straits. In fact, he even lost an arm because of Xiao Yan. Back then, Muhan had lost an arm because of Xiao Yan in the ancient savage city, causing him to become a cripple. However, not only did he change his appearance, he even regained his lost left arm. He, you didn't expect it, right? I'm back. Not only is my left arm back, even my cultivation has become even more powerful than before. Zhongli, Lu Du and Qin Zhong, I'll start with the three of you today. As for Guli and the rest, I'll sooner or later return to take revenge on them. After revealing his identity, Mu Han's face immediately revealed a ferocious expression. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with the flames of revenge. Back then, he had lost an arm because of Xiao Yan and was almost a cripple. In order to survive and take revenge, he left the ancient savage city. After a few twists and turns, he joined the Sea Cloud Palace. Due to certain reasons, he even borrowed this body to be reborn. His left arm could once again be used and its strength was even greater than before. Unfortunately, the price he had to pay was that his right arm would lose a large portion of its strength. Other than using a battle formation, he would not be able to use any Do techniques. However, in order to take revenge and obtain greater strength, he was willing to do anything. He was even willing to betray himself in order to obtain more strength. No one was aware of the pain during this process. Mu Han treated all of this as a calamity that Xiao Yan had brought him. It was also because of this that he felt an even greater hatred for everyone within the ancient city. He. Today, other than him, everyone else in this Qingyang city will die. Mu Han's face was ferocious as he pointed at Bai Hua. Although his hatred had almost drowned out his consciousness, he was still quite fearful of that palace master. Hence, he had no choice but to hold back. Waves of powerful spiritual strength immediately surged out of Mu Han's body after these words left his mouth. It formed a turbulent energy wave that instantly shattered the invisible empty space. As this spiritual strength surged out, many huge golden light pillars swiftly shot out and formed a strange formation that covered everyone in the battle circle. When one looked at Mu Han again, a palm-sized white formation plate had appeared in his hand. The reason why those light pillars were able to spread so quickly was mainly because of this formation plate in the middle. Otherwise, with Mu Han's current ability, it would be insufficient for him to swiftly form such a large formation. When the formation was completely formed, Ling Tian's light engulfed the entire Qingyang city. Beams of energy intertwined with each other, forming a huge 8-pointed star. Every node in the star was filled with surging energy. As long as Mu Han willed it, the huge killing formation would be activated immediately. Ancient Heaven Killing Spirit Formation, activate. Chapter 1126. Following Mu Han's explosive roar, Ling Tian's enormous formation suddenly began to revolve at this moment. Within the enormous 8-sided star, there was a small 7-sided star as well as a couple of small star-shaped formations. The layers of formation surrounded each other. When the outermost 8-sided star began to revolve, the formations within it also began to revolve. Golden light blossomed and it was even more dazzling than the sun in the sky. Even the color of the sky changed. After the ancient heaven soul-slaying array began to operate, waves of surging natural energy between the heavens and the earth were drawn by the array and continuously gathered within it. A frightening murderous aura also spread along with the gathering of these energies, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the entire sky above Qingyang city. Bai Hua and the rest in the sky noticed the change in the situation and immediately gathered their gazes. They raised their heads and saw the Lingtian killing formation that was filled with a murderous aura. The expressions on everyone's faces immediately changed. Soon after, Bai Hua's gaze shifted to Zhongli, who was trapped by Mu Han. Zhongli had no chance of breaking through the latter's formation no matter how hard he tried. In other words, based on the current situation, they had already lost Zhongli. The only person left on the battlefield who could contend against the two origin transformation experts and Mu Han was Bai Hua. Once Bai Hua was defeated, Qingyang city would completely collapse. However, just as Bai Hua was thinking about how to delay the battle, balls of golden energy balls suddenly fell from the sky like meteorites from the astonishing killing array in the sky. They smashed into the city below without any target. Instantly, countless people who were watching the battle and the Lu family's residents were caught in the crossfire in the blink of an eye. Under the bombardment of the countless energy balls, the countless spectators in the city lost their lives under the bombardment of the array. The originally bustling Qingyang city was turned into ruins in just a few minutes. Corpses were strewn all over the place, and dilapidated fences and walls were in shambles. It could be said to be a miserable sight. Even Lu Huabai and the others, who were fighting intensely in the sky, had also fallen into the city due to the chaotic bombardment. Although they were not seriously injured, they had suffered quite a lot. Additionally, the other party's elite Do Di continued to give chase. The battle quickly fell into a disadvantage. Clearly, they would not be able to endure for long. Damn it. Bai Hua couldn't help but grit her teeth and curse in her heart when she saw this scene. The killing formation in the sky was truly troublesome. If it was allowed to continue operating, then even he would be unable to avoid being heavily injured. Even though the cultivation of Qin Zhong and the others were above Lu Huabai's group, they themselves were surrounded by danger when faced with such a situation. It was already barely possible for them to take care of themselves, let alone rescue Zhongli. As such, the only person who still had a chance to save Zhongli was Bai Hua. However, just as Bai Hua was about to move, the two origin transformation experts appeared in front of her in a flash. At the same time, Mu Han also stood between the two of them, staring at her with a sneer on his face. Ha ha ha, you want to save people? I think you should think about yourself first. With a sneer, Mu Han waved his hand and the two beside him immediately shot towards Bai Hua. Their figures were just like phantoms as they arrived in front of Bai Hua in the blink of an eye. They formed a pincer attack from the left and right, viciously bombarding the important parts of Bai Hua's body. Even with Bai Hua's cultivation, she did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of these two powerful attacks. Genesis Qi surged from her body as she blocked the attacks. While the three separated, Mu Han's figure had unknowingly appeared behind Bai Hua. Golden light blossomed from his right hand as it viciously slammed down on Bai Hua's back. Scram! Bai Hua's expression darkened as her body violently jerked. Her body twisted in an extremely strange manner as her palm violently collided with the golden light. Boom! As the attack landed, Bai Hua's figure retreated in a miserable manner. Mu Han was also sent flying by Bai Hua's palm. Even though Bai Hua's cultivation in the Tao of Arrays was rather high, he was no match for Bai Hua in a head-on confrontation. Bai Hua's expression was grave as she lowered her head and looked at her charred palm. After clashing with the golden light, she realized that even she was unable to completely block the powerful force contained within. Mu Han's fighting strength was likely not below her own. Furthermore, with the addition of the other two fellows, her life would be in danger in this battle. Sigh. Bai Hua sighed helplessly. At this moment, he could only hope that Murong Qianqian would quickly leave with Lien. If not, it would not be a problem for him to fall into a desperate situation, but for Murong Qianqian and Lien, one was extremely important to him, while the other was someone Xiao Yan had entrusted to him to take care of. He could not allow anything to happen to them. As long as the two of them were fine, there was nothing else he had to worry about. Die. Just as Bai Hua was in a daze, the two origin transformation experts charged forward once again. They viciously slammed their palms towards Bai Hua's head one after another. The wind from their palms was so sharp that it was impossible to dodge. Since you guys want my life so much, even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Returning to her senses, Bai Hua coldly snorted and no longer hesitated. After receiving the two palms head-on, she could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. When she raised her head, Mu Han's figure had appeared once again. However, this time, Bai Hua did not have any intention of dodging Mu Han's attack. She faced it head-on and viciously slammed her palm towards Mu Han's chest, as if she was willing to trade her life for his. Sensing her opponent's intentions, Mu Han's expression immediately changed slightly. The formation that was originally about to land on Bai Hua's head could only change its direction and collide with Bai Hua's attack once again. Soon after, the two origin transformation experts charged forward once again. As Bai Hua retreated, they each slammed their palms into his chest. Immediately, large mouthfuls of blood spurted out uncontrollably. Bai Hua's face also became deathly pale in an instant. His body heavily smashed into the city below, but even so, he did not show any fear. His mouth was filled with blood as he loudly laughed with a vicious expression. Ha ha ha, a group of trash. Is this all you've got? Come again if you have the ability. Bai Hua laughed as he climbed up from the ruins with great difficulty. The three people in the sky also descended before Bai Hua at this moment and stared down at him from above. At this moment, the huge formation in the sky had already dispersed. However, the Qingyang city had already been reduced to ruins. More than half of the Lu clan's people were dead or injured. Even the patriarch and grand elder were heavily injured. As for the others, they had all lost the ability to fight. Seeing Bai Hua fall, the Lu clan of the Qingyang city was finished. Although it's not bad to deal with someone like you as soon as possible, the palace master has already instructed us to keep you alive before we set off. Thus, we can only trouble you to come with us. Mu Han gently smiled. At the same time, the formation condensed in his palm once again. Humph, you want me alive? Ha ha ha, I won't let you have your wish. With a sinister laugh, the remaining energy in Bai Hua's body instantly went berserk. His pale face instantly turned red as a powerful energy rapidly flowed within his body. It was as if he was about to self-destruct. You want to self-destruct? Humph humph, a faint sneer was heard. Seeing that Mu Han was about to attack, an anxious shout was heard. Then, a beautiful figure immediately entered Mu Han and the other's line of sight. She threw herself into Bai Hua's bosom. No. You can't die. I don't want you to die. We still have to wait for Xiao Yan to return. Nothing must happen to you before he returns. Hearing this familiar crying voice, Bai Hua's heart trembled. The owner of this voice was Murong Qianqian. That's right. Originally, he had asked Murong Qianqian to leave with Lian. However, he did not expect her to return. Wasn't this like a lamb entering the tiger's den? He, I didn't expect another one to come. It seems like the relationship between the two of you isn't ordinary. This way, things will be much simpler. Seeing this scene, a sinister expression immediately appeared on Mu Han's face. He gave a signal to the two people beside him. The two of them immediately nodded and charged forward. Ignoring Bai Hua's struggles, they forcefully grabbed Murong Qianqian and restrained her. Facing two origin transformation experts, Murong Qianqian naturally did not have any chance of breaking free. Bai Hua also cursed with a face full of hatred. However, the other party did not care about her at all. No matter how she roared, the other party remained indifferent. Humph, looks like you're quite fond of this girl. This way, you won't be willing to see her suffer even the slightest harm, right? Mu Han said with a sneer. When he saw the furious expression on Bai Hua's face, he felt extremely carefree. When Bai Hua struggled and pounced forward, Mu Han sent her flying with a slap. Dark red blood sprayed out once again. Murong Qianqian could not help but cry out loudly. However, everything seemed so powerless. He, you want to save her? With your current strength, I'm afraid you don't even have the strength to stand up, let alone save her. If you want her to live, it's best if you obediently follow me. Otherwise, with a strange laugh, Mu Han's dark eyes landed on Murong Qianqian. He extended a bamboo-like finger and the sharp tip of his finger gently brushed past the latter's smooth face. Bai Hua was unable to endure it and a panicked expression immediately appeared on her face. As she screamed, she hurriedly agreed to Mu Han's request without any hesitation. He, if you had agreed earlier, all this wouldn't have happened. Mu Han sneered as he raised his hand and gently stroked Murong Qianqian's small head. His old face was filled with malevolence. Whoosh! However, in the next instant, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Murong Qianqian, who was under the control of the two origin transformation experts, suddenly disappeared. At the same time, Mu Han suddenly let out an extremely miserable shriek. This was because his extended left arm had disappeared along with Murong Qianqian. Chapter 1127. At this moment, a miserable shriek that pierced the sky suddenly rang out in the ruined Qingyang city. On the side of the street, two origin transformation experts were stunned as they stared at the woman who had suddenly disappeared. They could not help but be startled. Soon after, a painful shriek came from Mu-Han's mouth. Only then did the two of them notice the latter. Immediately, shock appeared on their faces. At this moment, Mu-Han's left hand that was originally caressing Murong Qianqian, along with his entire arm, had disappeared. Only charred black traces could be seen on his arm. All of the blood that was about to flow out from his arm had been forcibly stopped. However, Mu-Han's complexion had turned deathly pale. The pain that reached his soul was unbearable. Even though his spiritual strength was far greater than ordinary people, the pain of losing an arm was something that he could not endure no matter what. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would suffer the same sin and the same pain twice. Furthermore, the most ironic thing was that even his missing arm was his left arm again. He had paid an enormous price in order to obtain his powerful left arm. Yet, he had lost it again. At the same time as this brought Mu-Han endless pain, he also felt anger and resentment. Who are you? Mu-Han's old face was distorted. The moment he raised his head, two streams of blood flowed out from his eyes. However, the pain in his heart far exceeded this. Today, he would make the person who had caused him to lose an arm pay a painful price no matter what. Not far away, a black-robed figure had his back facing the three people. Murong Qianqian, who was in his embrace, had fainted due to the stimulation from before. However, Bai Hua, who was in front of him, was currently stiffly raising her head to stare at the person in front of her. Her face was filled with disbelief. At the same time, there was an indescribable joy at the corner of her mouth. It was as if she was rejoicing that she did not self-destruct earlier. It was also as if she was rejoicing that she was able to see the person in front of her again. The moment he saw the black-robed person in front of him, he understood that since he had returned, the trouble that Xinjiang City had encountered today would naturally be easily resolved. He had always believed in this point. Just as Bai Hua was about to say something, the black-robed man extended his hand and handed Bai Hua a pill. Without any hesitation, Bai Hua opened her mouth and swallowed it. On the other side, when Mu-Han saw the back of the black-robed man, an indescribable feeling of déjà vu flashed across his heart. At the same time, his furious heart trembled uncontrollably as fear uncontrollably emerged from the depths of his heart. The mysterious black-robed man before him, whom he had yet to see, was actually able to instill fear in him under such circumstances. This caused Mu-Han's heart to involuntarily shudder. At the same time, an even greater curiosity rose within him. The more he felt this inexplicable danger, the more he wanted to explore it. Human nature was on full display at this moment. Who are you? Mu-Han enunciated each word clearly. Even so, he could still feel the tremor in his voice. Following Mu-Han's words, the black-robed person in front of Bai Hua slowly turned around. The face that was covered by the black robe was slowly illuminated by the sunlight. It was Xiao Yan. Buzz. However, the moment Mu-Han saw Xiao Yan, his pair of shady old eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Even his heart became sluggish at this moment. His entire person appeared to have turned into a stone statue in an instant. His heart was both shocked and terrified. No matter what, he had never imagined that he would meet Yi Shiwen again at a time like this. Mu-Han had imagined the scene of him meeting Xiao Yan again countless times. However, he had never imagined that it would be in such a situation. Based on the speed of Xiao Yan's attack earlier, it was likely that the other party's cultivation had also reached the origin transformation stage. Moreover, it was definitely superior to Bai Hua. Moreover, Mu-Han had personally sensed Xiao Yan's frightening fighting strength, which far exceeded his own cultivation. If they were to meet again now, even with Mu-Han's current cultivation, he did not have the confidence to defeat Xiao Yan. Fortunately, other than him, there were still the 2 origin transformation realm experts beside him and over 10 Do-D experts on the battlefield today. If these people were added together with his formation, it might not be difficult to kill the person in front of him. Who? Xiao Yan. It is unexpected. It is really unexpected. It is actually you. Muhan's tone was extremely low as he spoke. His pale face was immediately covered by a dark haze. A savage killing intent crazily gathered at this moment. Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly as he stared at the unfamiliar face of the gray-haired old man. Although this person's appearance was unfamiliar, Xiao Yan could sense from the other party's words, his gaze, and the strange aura from his body. He had definitely met this fellow somewhere before. Of course, their relationship was definitely not good. Otherwise, this fellow would not have said such resentful words. Although I still do not know who you are, it is a fact that you have destroyed this place and injured them. Therefore, today, you and them will all stay behind. A faint sentence slowly drifted out from Xiao Yan's mouth. However, just as the last sentence left his mouth, the ground beneath his feet suddenly exploded, forming a hole. Large cracks spread out like a spider web. Xiao Yan's figure also strangely disappeared from the spot. Bang! Almost at the same time, the elite Do Di from the Sea Cloud Palace, who were following closely behind, appeared to have suddenly received a heavy blow. Numerous figures smashed heavily into the city below like meteorites falling from the sky and were buried deep under the ground. With just one strike, the dozen or so Do Di from Sea Cloud Palace had lost their ability to fight in an instant. Even their bodies had received heavy injuries. Their auras were extremely weak, as if they could die at any moment. Moreover, the most shocking thing was that all of this had happened in an instant. By the time Muhan and the two origin transformation experts behind him recovered, Xiao Yan had already returned to his original position. His indifferent gaze was still watching them, as if he had never left. Gulp! At this moment, the two origin transformation experts involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Such a frightening speed was something that even they were unable to catch up to. It was very difficult to imagine that if Xiao Yan had chosen to attack them, it was likely that their current situation would not be any better than the dozen Dodis. Chapter 1128. Now that I've dealt with those small fries, it's your turn. Raising his head, Xiao Yan's gaze landed on the three people in front of him. Killing intent surged within his calm, pitch-black eyes. If he had not arrived in time, it was likely that the entire Qingyang city would have been destroyed. Even Bai Hua and Murong Qianqian's lives would have been threatened as a result. This kind of thing was something that Xiao Yan could not tolerate. Bai Hua was extremely important to Xiao Yan. Naturally, he would not ignore her. Murong Qianqian was the pearl of the Murong clan. Although she had been stolen from the clan, this matter was related to him. Finding her was within the scope of his responsibility. If anything happened to Murong Qianqian, he would not be able to absolve himself of the blame even if he died 10,000 times. Fortunately, Xiao Yan's arrival had put an end to all of this trouble. Humph, Xiao Yan, don't be too happy yet. Even if those people are dead, we still have two origin transformation experts here. Including me, you won't be able to escape from us alone. Forcefully suppressing the hatred in his heart, Muhan spoke with a cold expression. At the same time, he quickly raised his right hand. The storage ring on his finger flickered and another formation disc appeared in his hand. Although ordinary formations were quick to set up, their power would be limited to a certain extent. If a powerful formation was set up on the spot, it would definitely consume a large amount of time, which would be extremely disadvantageous to a battle. However, the formation disc perfectly combined these two factors. While being able to set up a powerful formation, the formation disc that was engraved on it could also greatly reduce the time needed to set up the formation. Coupled with the unique convenience of formations, it had become a must-have item for many experts on the continent when they went out to train. However, compared to ordinary people, only in the hands of a true formation master would a formation disc be able to display its brilliance. Xiao Yan, today, I'll let you experience the power of a fifth-tier formation master. As Muhan let out a low roar, a large amount of spiritual force poured into the formation disc in his hand. In an instant, golden light shot out like a miniature sun. At almost the same time, mysterious golden inscriptions condensed under Muhan's feet, forming a semicircular formation that enveloped Muhan's body. Soon after, the mysterious formation once again appeared in the air above Xiao Yan's head. This time around, a large, strange thundercloud gathered from all directions and covered Xiao Yan's head. It was impossible for him to dodge it. Xiao Yan's face was covered by the thundercloud. He was not able to dodge it. Xiao Yan, this is a 5th tier formation that I have specially prepared for you, 9-layered lightning formation. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to dodge it. Coupled with the 2 beside me, he. Forget about them, even you will have to die today. Mu Han's face immediately revealed a ferocious expression when he saw that the formation in his hand had been successfully formed. These 9 types of lightning formations were a rank 5 formation that he had spent a great amount of time to research. He had even borrowed the help of heavenly lightning a couple of times in order to create it. The strength that it possessed was definitely among the top of the middle class, even if it could not be ranked among the top of all the rank 5 formations. Hence, he believed that he would be able to deal with Xiao Yan by relying on this 9-layered lightning formation. Mu Han was very clear that Xiao Yan was of the fire attribute. Coupled with the assistance of the heavenly flame, the strength that he possessed far exceeded that of an ordinary person. As for the lightning attribute, it was also known for its offensive power. The destructive power that it possessed was also extremely terrifying. Hence, Mu Han wanted to use the lightning formation to temporarily suppress Xiao Yan's heavenly flame. Coupled with the 2 origin transformation experts beside him, dealing with Xiao Yan would be a piece of cake. Rumble. Thunderclouds churned in all directions in the sky above Xiao Yan's head. Numerous bolts of lightning that contained a golden glow repeatedly flowed within the thunderclouds. A powerful pressure descended from the sky, causing Xiao Yan to feel a faint pressure. TSK, is this a 5th tier formation? Its presence is truly shocking. Probably even regular returnance experts wouldn't dare to be careless with the power of this formation. Master Mu, I never thought that your comprehension of formations would have reached such a level, Jian Chen said with a smile. Even with the cultivation of the 2 origin transformation experts, they could not help but inwardly gasp as they stared at the oppressive thunderclouds in the sky. This formation was only at the middle tier of Class 5 formations. Just how powerful would an even more powerful formation be? This old man has waited for this day for a very long time. Since he has delivered himself to me today, I'll settle the old and new debts together. Hearing this, Mu Han's old face could not help but reveal an arrogant smile. As a 5th tier formation master, he had the right to be arrogant. Once he broke through to the 6th tier in the future, let alone origin transformation experts, even origin kings and origin emperors would have to be wary of him. Now that the 9-fold lightning formation has been activated, I still need to control the formation disc. So, I'll have to rely on the 2 of you to deal with Xiao Yan. Don't worry, Master Mu. No matter how fast this brat is, he is currently within the lightning formation. There is no way for him to dodge. With the 2 of us working together, there definitely won't be any problems dealing with him. The 2 of them laughed heartily. Seeing Mu Han take out such a powerful formation, the 2 of them naturally felt more confident. If they were still shocked by Xiao Yan's speed before, then with the assistance of the 9-fold lightning formation, their fear of Xiao Yan instantly decreased by half. Naturally, they no longer had any misgivings in their hearts. Soon after, the 2 of them charged toward Xiao Yan, who was within the lightning formation. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them had already entered the lightning formation. They were only a few dozen meters away from Xiao Yan. At the same time, under Mu Han's control, bolts of lightning in the sky viciously smashed down on Xiao Yan. The powerful force even shattered the invisible space. The powerful destructive force was like a golden spear that could destroy the world as it descended from the sky, aiming directly at Xiao Yan's head. However, in the face of the lightning above his head, Xiao Yan ignored it. His gaze landed on the 2 people in front of him. While he sneered, his body shook as he instantly used the giant elephant art. His hands opened into 2 palms as he faced the incoming lightning head-on. He's actually not taking any action to block the 9-fold lightning formation. He's really courting death. The faces of the 2 involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when they saw this scene. Soon after, the palms of both parties collided. At the same time, the soul-stirring thunderbolt above Xiao Yan's head instantly entered his body. What? Seeing that the thunderbolt had actually entered Xiao Yan's body without causing any splashes, Mu Han and the two origin transformation experts revealed shocked expressions on their faces. This was especially the case for Mu Han. The moment the thunderbolt entered Xiao Yan's body, not only did it not cause any splashes, but the connection between him and the thunderbolt had also been severed in an instant. Soon after, Xiao Yan let out a cold laugh while Mu Han and the other two were feeling shocked by this situation that had suddenly appeared. His mouth suddenly let out a loud cry. "Sorry, your lightning is useless against me, so I'll return it to you right now." With that, Xiao Yan's palms shook, forcing the two people in front of him back. At the same time, two bolts of lightning suddenly shot out from his palms and heavily struck the chests of the two origin transformation experts. Chapter 1129. Puchi. When the two palms landed heavily on the two origin transformation experts, the powerful force of lightning immediately surged into their bodies like a volcanic eruption and began to wreak havoc. A powerful force violently rampaged within their bodies. Even though they had already done their best to resist the lightning energy, their internal organs were still injured in the end. They could not help but spit out blood from their mouths, and their faces quickly turned pale. The situation that had suddenly occurred in front of them was something that the two of them and Mu Han had never expected. After the thunderbolt strength had entered Xiao Yan's body without holding back, not only did it not cause any harm to Xiao Yan, but it had also taken away his control as its master and used that strength on the two origin transformation experts. Although the force of lightning was greatly reduced after being split into two, the terrifying destructive force coupled with the fact that the two of them did not have any extra defensive measures allowed the force of lightning to erupt with its full strength. After suffering this attack, even with the Chen Yen duo's cultivation, even if they did not end up seriously injured, their fighting strength would definitely be reduced by over half. In this way, their chances of victory against Xiao Yan would be even lower. Currently, the 9-layered lightning formation was no longer of any use to Xiao Yan. Stubbornly borrowing the strength of the lightning formation would only cause them to end up in trouble for no reason. God damn it. Why is it like this? In the distance, Mu Han stared at the scene before him in disbelief. When he thought back to what had happened after the lightning had entered Xiao Yan's body, he felt even more disbelief. Xiao Yan was clearly of the fire attribute, so why was the force of lightning completely ineffective against him after entering his body? Instead, it was being used by him. Mu Han had never imagined such a result. No matter how powerful Xiao Yan was, it was impossible for him to be so heaven-defying. After all, he was still an origin transformation expert. It was a pity that Mu Han did not know that Xiao Yan had been using the force of lightning to cleanse his body. His body already possessed a certain degree of immunity to the force of lightning. On the other hand, the lightning that Mu Han had used was only the most common type of heavenly lightning. No matter how much lightning he gathered, its power was still limited. It was impossible for him to use it to harm Xiao Yan. As for the connection between the force of lightning and Mu Han, it had been easily erased by Xiao Yan with the help of the heavenly flame. As a Class 5 soul, it was not difficult for Xiao Yan to accomplish this, not to mention that the battlefield was within his body. Thus, from the looks of it, the Class 5 9-layered lightning formation had already lost its original use to Xiao Yan. Using such a level of lightning before Xiao Yan was completely useless. Only after Xiao Yan withdrew his hand did the bodies of Chen Yan's duo climb up from the ruins below them. At this moment, the auras of the two of them had been damaged. Their fighting strength had also been greatly reduced. However, they were after all origin transformation experts. Even so, the two of them still possessed some confidence when facing Xiao Yan with their strength. Cough cough cough. Brat, we will remember this debt. In the future, we will definitely make you pay back several times over. Chen Yan clenched his teeth as he spat out these words. After exchanging glances with the other person, he quickly retreated while facing Xiao Yan. It seems like the two of you did not understand what I just said. When I said that I want the two of you to stay here forever, it means that the two of you must die today. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yan curled his lips and sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. The expressions of Chen Yan's duo suddenly changed when these words were uttered. Their pale white faces immediately became gloomy. By taking the initiative to withdraw, they had already admitted their defeat today. However, from the looks of Xiao Yan's intention, it appeared that he did not intend to allow them to leave. "Brat, don't be too arrogant. Even if the two of us brothers are injured, it is impossible for you to easily kill the two of us with your cultivation. If you dare to use force, be careful that even you will not be able to bear the consequences. A life and death struggle is not a good choice." Chen Yan's expression was extremely stormy as he slowly spoke. The Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate once again. When the Genesis Qi flowed through the injured meridians, waves of intense pain immediately spread, causing the two to grit their teeth in anger as hatred filled their hearts. "Teacher Mu, help me." Chen Yan continued to gather the Genesis Qi in his body as he turned his head and shouted at Mu Han, who was still within the golden light barrier. He clearly understood just how terrifying Xiao Yan was. If they really charged forward without any preparation, the two of them would very likely end up in the same predicament as before. As a precaution, they had no choice but to seek help from Mu Han. They believed that with the aid of this rank 5 formation master, it would be much easier for them to deal with Xiao Yan. Mu Han hesitated for a moment upon hearing their pleas, before taking out 2 more formation discs with a strange expression on his face. He continuously poured the Genesis Qi and spirit power in his body into them. Golden light blossomed, transforming into 2 formation barriers that protected the Chen Yan duo's bodies. With the protection of the formation, the Chen Yan duo seemed to have donned a thick layer of armor. Light swirled around them, making them look like golden immortals descending into the world. However, everyone knew that these 2 individuals who seemed to be the embodiment of justice were actually the cause of the deathly stillness and murderous aura in the city. "Humph, brat, do you still dare to repeat what you just said?" With the formation around them, the duo's condition seemed to improve along with it. At the same time, their confidence also increased significantly. "What's done can't be undone. I never take back anything I've said. I've already said that the 2 of you must stay here today. No matter how much you stubbornly resist, my will never change." Xiao Yan's expression was solemn in the face of the duo's provocation. As his words rang out, his figure abruptly disappeared from the spot. His hands were tightly clenched into fists as he activated the giant elephant art. When he reappeared, a giant fist viciously slammed into the duo's bodies. Light immediately blossomed from the golden formation. The majority of the power behind Xiao Yan's punch was blocked by the formation. From this, one could tell that this formation was no ordinary object. A rank 4 formation, the Diamond Bodhi formation. It was one of the most powerful rank 4 formations, and even an origin transformation expert would not be able to easily destroy it. "Ha ha ha ha. You can't even break through my defenses, how can you possibly kill me?" Xiao Yan's fruitless punch was met with mockery from Chen Yan and the rest. The duo twirled their hands as powerful Genesis Qi immediately gathered in their palms, before they each sent a vicious attack towards Xiao Yan's body. Boom! The attacks of the 2 of them were blocked by Xiao Yan's crossed arms. At the same time, his body swiftly withdrew. He frowned slightly as he stared at the golden formation that the 2 of them were wearing. He hesitated for an instant before a killing intent suddenly surged within his eyes. Chapter 1130. When Xiao Yan once again arrived in front of the 2 of them, he did not dodge or evade their combined attacks. By relying on the strength of the giant elephant's skill, Xiao Yan was completely able to block their attacks. However, whether the 2 of them could block him was another matter altogether. Boom! Xiao Yan's expression did not change in the slightest as he forcefully endured the attacks of 2 origin transformation experts. His body blocked the 2 of them as he slowly extended his large hands. A pitch-black steel needle floated in each of his palms. Genesis Breaker Needle. At the same time that Xiao Yan let out an explosive cry in his heart, 2 dark black steel needles were ruthlessly pierced by Xiao Yan into the formation on the surface of the Chen Yan duo's body. The Genesis Breaker needles were in truth the 10 special needles Xiao Yan had condensed from the Great Tao of the Void. After witnessing their ability to pierce through Genesis Qi, Xiao Yan had given them this name for convenience. Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt at all. With this formation, your attacks to us, however, before the laughter from the Chen Yen duo could fade, their originally ferocious smiles suddenly distorted intensely. One could see that the formation that originally covered their bodies had suddenly turned into golden light that scattered all over the sky. Soon after, Xiao Yan's fist firmly landed on their backs. Boom! The duo's bodies were like two shooting stars, instantly smashing into the ground below. The terrifying force instantly shattered all the bones in their bodies, and even many of the meridians in their bodies were severed. Let alone standing up, even the most basic movement of Genesis Chi was no longer possible. Without any fancy moves, a single punch was all it took to knock the two of them down once again. The more powerful a battle was, the simpler it would be. The difference in strength was already very obvious at this point in time. Once a battle began, there was no need for too many tactics. As long as one could use the most direct and violent method to knock down one's opponent, the outcome of the battle would immediately become clear. No matter how fancy it was just a feint. As long as he was serious, he would be able to shatter all illusions. This once again proved that strength was the only thing in this world. As long as one had enough strength, any tricks would be useless. When Xiao Yan grabbed the duo from the rubble, endless fear immediately shrouded their hearts. A strong feeling of death also enveloped their hearts at this moment. No matter how they thought about it, they did not expect Xiao Yan to be able to shatter the golden formation in such an easy manner. His strength had already reached such an extent. They had indeed underestimated Xiao Yan's terror. In the distance, when Mu Han saw Xiao Yan grab the duo in his hands, fear surfaced in his heart. He quickly turned around and fled in the direction he came from, not daring to look back. I say, since things have already come to this point, do you still think that you can leave this place alive? Mu Han. Although the first half of Xiao Yan's sentence was cold, other than fear, Mu Han did not have many other emotions. However, when he heard Xiao Yan personally call out his name, the fear that had been suppressed in the bottom of Mu Han's heart finally gushed out uncontrollably. Ah! With a scream, Mu Han's body involuntarily retreated. After which, he fell miserably on the ground. His entire body trembled and he wanted to stand up. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to get up from the ground. It was as if his two legs had lost all feeling and he was unable to move an inch. He was unable to use any strength and could only watch as Xiao Yan continuously approached him. I never expected that after not seeing you for so many years, you have actually turned into this state. If you did not use a large amount of spiritual strength previously, I would not have realized it. Although you have changed your appearance, your soul is an unchangeable fact. However, I never expected that you would actually forcefully merge with another person's body and even devour the other person's soul. Is that why you are able to occupy this body? Humph. The person who caused me to be in this state today is none other than you. You killed my disciple, broke one of my arms, destroyed all my savings, and nearly caused me to become a cripple. All of this is because of you, Xiao Yan. Ever since the day I left the ancient savage city, I swore that regardless of the method, as long as it allows me to recover my broken arm and possess an even greater strength, as long as it allows me to take revenge on you, I am willing to accept it regardless of the price. Mu Han did not know where his strength came from when he mentioned the pain of the past. He supported his body and stood up. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi within his body began to wildly surge. His entire body also began to swiftly swell. Xiao Yan, die. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely make you pay a terrible price for what you did back then. Suddenly, Mu Han's entire state began to become crazy. Waves of strange black air began to flow out of his 7 orifices at the same time that the Do Qi within his body began to surge, lingering around his body. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he saw the few wisps of strange black air. No wonder. No wonder Mu Han was able to use such an inhumane method to recover his body. It was actually because of this reason. This body of Mu Han's was created by the people from the Ghost Hall. At this moment, if Mu Han were to self-destruct, the black vapor within it would definitely transmit the entire process and details of Xiao Yan's appearance and the big battle between them to the hands of that group of people. This would be a great trouble for Xiao Yan. The current situation was still unclear. He was still unclear about the exact strength of these people. Hence, before this, he must not reveal too much of his situation and strength. Otherwise, it would definitely bring him endless trouble. However, the thing that caused Xiao Yan to be most surprised was that the hands of these people had actually extended to this place. It was not just the western region. Even the southern region had been invaded by the Ghost Hall. The border of the continent was actually already under the control of the Ghost Hall. However, the most important thing now was still this Muhan. Although the fact that you have come into contact with them has indeed caused me to be extremely surprised, it will end here. Xiao Yan coldly uttered. Soon after, Muhan's body began to swell intensely and was about to explode. Soon after, he suddenly raised his hand. A wisp of heavenly flame surfaced in his palm. Immediately, he slammed it heavily onto Muhan's head. In an instant, the powerful strength caused Muhan to immediately lose all consciousness. His pair of shady old eyes, which were filled with madness, swiftly dimmed. Even his swiftly swelling body came to a halt because of this. Do-Pa Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Do-Pa Reincarnated Flame Emperor. Chapter 1131. After finishing off Muhan, the danger of Qingyang this time around could be considered to have come to an end. Although they had suffered a great loss, it was fortunate that the worst outcome in Xiao Yan's heart did not occur. This could be considered a blessing amidst the misfortune. With Muhan's death, the 9-layered lightning array that enveloped the heavens and the earth dissipated. Zhongli, who was trapped by the array in the sky, was also freed. When he arrived in front of Xiao Yan and saw that the latter was dressed the same as before, he could not help but feel surprised. After so many years, even this group of people had gained quite a lot of white hair. On the other hand, this appearance of Xiao Yan in front of him, which had not changed at all, involuntarily caused him to recall the scene back at the ancient savage city. Everything seemed to have happened yesterday. I didn't expect that even brother Zhongli would come. Only after seeing Zhongli escape did Xiao Yan become aware that Zhongli had been here all along. This was something that he had not expected. It's not just me. Qin Zhong is here too. Even Lu Du, who was defeated by you back then, is here. Hearing Lu Du's name, Xiao Yan could not help but secretly ponder for a moment. After all, it was something that happened many years ago. There were some things that he could not remember clearly. However, after rummaging through his memories, he roughly remembered that Lu Du had indeed fought with him for the void lightning pool in the ancient savage city. Unfortunately, Lu Du was defeated by him. He did not expect that Lu Du would also appear here. Soon, Qin Zhong and Lu Du dragged their heavily injured bodies and arrived in front of Xiao Yan, supporting each other. The two of them had already noticed Xiao Yan's arrival. Unfortunately, they could not move their bodies. Otherwise, they would have already rushed over. Now that they had rested for a while, they could barely endure the pain and walk. Even so, when the two of them arrived in front of Xiao Yan, they could not hide the excitement in their hearts. Brother Xiao Yan, I have failed to live up to your expectations. The Lu clan actually, brother Qin Zhong, you don't have to worry about it. These opponents are not something you can handle. Xiao Yan is already very grateful that you can persist until now. Now, you should focus on recuperating. Leave everything to me. Xiao Yan helped the ashamed old Qin Zhong up. After throwing a comforting smile at the latter, he handed a rank 5 medicinal pill to Qin Zhong. Only then did his gaze land on Lu Du by the side. If one were to say that Qin Zhong had helped him protect the Lu clan because of the agreement between the two of them, then Lu Du's appearance was a little strange. He was someone who had been defeated by Xiao Yan. The two of them should have been at each other's throats. It was unexpected that he would actually help Xiao Yan protect the Lu clan. However, since it had already come to this, Xiao Yan naturally wouldn't delve into the reason. He also smiled and said a word of gratitude, and handed the latter a tier 5 medicinal pill without hesitation. When they received the medicinal pill in their hands, everyone's eyes couldn't help but show a strong shock. With their eyesight, even if they were stupid, they could see that this was a Tier 5 medicinal pill. Suddenly, Qin Zhong and others couldn't help but show shock on their faces. Although they also knew that Xiao Yan was an alchemist, when they witnessed Xiao Yan's powerful strength, they really couldn't imagine that his alchemy skills could be so powerful. No one could cultivate cultivation and alchemy to such a level at the same time. At least, they didn't dare to imagine so. Brother Xiao Yan, this medicinal pill, brother, don't worry about it. This is what I refined when I had nothing to do before. I still have a lot here. These unintentional words caused these fellows, who were already seriously injured, to spit out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Yan's words had undoubtedly admitted his identity as a Tier 5 alchemist to them. This made them feel even more shocked. They had spent most of their lives in order to train to their current level. However, Xiao Yan in front of them had trained both the way of alchemy and the way of alchemy to such a powerful level. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or alchemy skills, Xiao Yan could be considered strong. If the Xiao Yan back then could only make them look at him in a different light, then the current Xiao Yan already possessed strength that they could only look up to. He was able to kill 2 origin transformation experts by himself, including a Tier 5 formation master. With such strength, Xiao Yan could definitely be regarded as one of the best among all the origin transformation experts. It was even possible that Xiao Yan was an invincible existence among the origin transformation experts. Soon after, Lu Huabai and Lu Xinqing also saw Xiao Yan. When they saw Xiao Yan again, every single one of them revealed a smile as if they had just survived a disaster. Even though they had just barely escaped with their lives, the moment they saw Xiao Yan, the haze in their hearts was instantly swept away. Their originally heavy hearts immediately relaxed. Xiao Yan's appearance was like the sun that had emerged from the dark clouds, sweeping away all the haze. It was as if as long as he was present, all dangers would be easily resolved. Soon after, under Zhong Li's lead, the group of people temporarily entered a relatively intact courtyard in the city. Other than Zhong Li and Bai Hua, the rest of the people went to the side and began to refine the medicinal pills in their bodies. Murong Qianqian was resting in a room in the courtyard. After the stimulation just now, this girl had completely fainted. It would probably take a while for her to wake up. Mr. Xiao Yan, I never would have thought that after so many years, you would have already become so powerful. It really makes me feel ashamed. Xiao Yan and the 2 others were seated opposite each other in the courtyard. Now that they were close, Zhongli was able to clearly sense the faint aura and pressure that seeped out of Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan did not release or withdraw it. He simply allowed it to spread in such a calm manner, causing one's heart to be extremely shocked. It's just good luck. There's nothing to feel ashamed about. Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled faintly. After saying a few words of comfort, his gaze once again landed on Bai Hua, who was beside him, and asked her about the situation of the Lu clan over the years. Bai Hua also explained everything to Xiao Yan in detail, including how the relationship between Sea Cloud Palace and Xingyang City had deteriorated to such an extent. On the other side, while Bai Hua was still describing the development of the Lu clan to Xiao Yan in detail, somewhere in the southwest border, in a magnificent large hall, 3 broken jade plates were lying in the palm of a black-haired middle-aged man. At this moment, the middle-aged man's face was unusually gloomy. Chen Yan, Wu Xinglong, and Mu Han, they actually all died. Chapter 1132. After Wu Kuei's departure, the cold-faced Fu Yulong sat down on the steps behind him with a thump. His face sank once again. He had never thought that even Wu Kuei would come knocking on his door at a time like this. Was he looking down on him? There was also the death of Mu Han and the other 2. The Green Sun City had not been conquered even after attacking for a long time. This time, they had even lost 3 mainstays of the Sea Cloud Palace. This also meant that there was probably an extremely powerful person hiding in the Green Sun City. Just from the fact that the person was able to kill 2 origin transformation experts and a Class 5 formation master, their cultivation had probably reached returnance. If that was the case, nothing would have been strange. Otherwise, He really would have refused to believe that a single origin transformation expert would have been able to kill off an entire group of people. Returnants, huh? It looks like I need to pay a personal visit to Azure Sun City. Fu Yulong could not help but exhale deeply when he thought up to their sharp killing intent flashed through the depths of his eyes. It did not matter whether there were returnants experts in Azure Sun City or not. This time, no one could stop his determination to take Azure Sun City. Anyone who tried to stop him would die, even if they were returnants experts. While Fu Yulong was preparing to leave for Qingyang City, two figures rushed out of the Southern Region Alchemist Alliance one after the other. They swiftly flew towards the southwest border. On the other side of Qingyang City, some of the people who had left the city had once again returned following the cessation of the battle. After the joint effort of the people from the Lu clan, Qingyang City had once again returned to its original state within a short couple of days. Of course, the person who had contributed the most was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. By relying on Xiao Yan's enormous cultivation, it was extremely easy for him to build a city on flat land. It was also because of Xiao Yan's intervention that those people who had returned to the city felt a great shock at his tactics while feeling curious about this strong person who had suddenly appeared. Just as Qingyang City was restored to its original appearance, a tall middle-aged man in a brocade robe rushed over from a place far away from Qingyang City and appeared in the sky above Qingyang City. When this person arrived, Xiao Yan, Bai Hua, and the others who had just rested in the Lu family were alarmed once again. Soon after, a few streaks of light shot into the sky, attracting the attention of the people below. Gazes filled with surprise and annoyance constantly swept past the people in the sky. They had already become rather impatient from the endless battle and the constant destruction of the city. If it were not for the fact that their cultivations were lacking, they probably would have charged up long ago. The person leading the group from Qingyang City in the sky was surprisingly Xiao Yan. Behind him were Bai Hua, Zhongli, and the others in that order. The group of people approached menacingly and stood before the middle-aged man, and their gazes that were filled with solemn expression ceaselessly swept the middle-aged man up and down. Zhongli and the others actually noticed to their shock that even with their cultivations, they were actually unable to see through the cultivation of this person before them. It should be known that other than Xiao Yan, who was a little special, he was even able to clearly sense Bai Hua's cultivation. However, the arrival of this fellow actually caused him to be unable to see through his qi. In other words, his cultivation was definitely much stronger than Bai Hua's. A returnance expert. When he thought of this, Zhongli could not help but cry out in surprise. When Lu Huabai and the others behind him heard the words that came out of Zhongli's mouth, their faces instantly revealed extremely shocked expressions. A returnance expert. Is he also a member of the Sea Cloud Palace? According to what I know, the Sea Cloud Palace only has one returnance expert, and that's their palace master, Jian Chen sighed. Then wouldn't this person be, ha 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 ha, looks like even the rural Azure Sun City knows about the great reputation of my Sea Cloud Palace. That's right, I'm the palace master of the Sea Cloud Palace, Fu Yulong. The reason why I've personally come to the Azure Sun City today is to reclaim our lost territory as well as to avenge my loyal subordinates who died. Fu Yulong could not help but grin when he heard what Lu Huabai and the others said. It was an extremely cold smile. He glanced past the group of people before stopping on Xiao Yan in the end. He squinted his eyes slightly and stared at him deeply before slowly saying, "Kid, I can feel that you're different from me. Boy, I can feel that you are different from them. Although I can't explain why, you are the first person to make me feel this way in so many years. If you are willing to join my Sea Cloud Palace, then today, this palace lord can spare your life and even give you great benefits. How about it?" Xiao Yan could not help but raise an eyebrow when he heard Fu Yulong's words. Clearly, Fu Yulong's intentions were the same as the people from before. They had all come to cause trouble, yet he was actually trying to rope him in right in front of them. Was he not just a little too stupid? I don't think that's necessary. I don't have a habit of betraying my friends. Ugh, Xiao Yan's straightforward reply caused Fu Yulong to be momentarily stunned. He immediately laughed dryly and said, "It's fine. You're a young man after all. It's good that you have such thoughts and actions, but I still want you to consider it carefully. However, the person I'm looking for right now isn't you, but the returnance expert who has been hiding in Azure Sun City all this time. Fu Yulong smiled confidently as he slowly scanned the city below. However, he failed to notice the stunned expressions of the people around him. Since when had a returnance expert appeared in Azure Sun City? Very soon, Fu Yulong's face gradually sank. After searching for a while, he actually failed to sense the presence of the returnance expert who had killed the three of them. He found this hard to believe. How is this possible? He killed the three of them, so how is it possible that he didn't leave behind any traces at all? There's only their presence in the city. Of course it's impossible for there to be anyone else's presence because those three bastards died to our hands in the first place. Bai Hua could not help but snicker when she heard Fu Yulong's words. Her voice was filled with mockery. The three of them had clearly died to Xiao Yan, yet this guy actually believed that someone else had killed them. He was just stupid. When Bai Hua said these words, Fu Yulong's expression abruptly changed. He instantly lifted his gaze and looked at Bai Hua. With a face full of disbelief, he said in a deep voice, "What did you say?" Chapter 1133. Under Xiao Yan's probing, the poison in Lian Er's body had already spread throughout her entire body. The powerful poison was almost solid, and even his heavenly flame was unable to easily disperse it. Lian Er's condition was much worse than he had imagined. How can this be? Not only did the poison invade the Qi vortex, it even borrowed the girl's Do Qi to become stronger. I can't believe such a thing happened. The poison in Lian Er's body suddenly agglomerated just as Xiao Yan quietly sensed that something was wrong in his heart. It forcefully swallowed the heavenly flame that Xiao Yan had inserted into Lian Er's body. It even moved along their palms and invaded Xiao Yan's body, causing Xiao Yan to immediately release his hand, which was holding Lian Er's hand. At the same time, his other hand hurriedly grabbed the wrist of his left hand. A ferocious heavenly flame immediately surged and incinerated the poison that had invaded his palm. God damn it! How can this be? Xiao Yan never imagined that the poison would take the initiative to attack his heavenly flame. Moreover, the poison was so powerful that even he found it difficult to deal with it. The expressions of Bai Hua and Zhou Tai by the side involuntarily changed when they saw Xiao Yan suddenly being forced back. The two of them hurriedly shifted their gazes to Xiao Yan as the Genesis Qi in their bodies instantly rose as a precaution. However, the seemingly absent-minded Xiao Yan had placed all his attention on Lian Er. To be more precise, he was focused on the terrifying poison in her body. He had no time to pay attention to the two people whose expressions had abruptly changed. Plop. After being quiet for a moment, Xiao Yan once again attacked. A puff sound was heard as a pale blue flame suddenly rose from his right palm. The fierce high temperature instantly incinerated the poison fog that was a little closer. Even the temperature within the dark room had been raised significantly at this moment. Zhou Tai's eyes revealed a look of surprise as he gazed at the rising flame in Xiao Yan's palm. He had not paid much attention to it before, but now that the flame was bursting with power, he finally noticed that Xiao Yan's heavenly flame seemed to be very different from the one he had seen before. Whether it was in terms of aura, power, or the domineering degree of the flame, it was no longer the same as the one he had seen before. Even its color had changed greatly, as if the entire heavenly flame had undergone some sort of transformation. What has this kid been through all these years? Xiao Yan quietly said in his heart. Soon after, he controlled the pale blue-colored flame in his palm. His palm faced downward as it slowly approached the smooth forehead of Lian Er, who was lying on the ice bed. Bzz. The moment Xiao Yan's palm made contact with Lian Er's forehead, Lian Er's body uncontrollably trembled. At the same time, a circle of purple-black poison qi violently spread in all directions with her body at the center. Bzz. Soon after, however, the four flames that were suspended at the four corners of the ice bed suddenly emitted a dazzling glow as the poison gas swept over. Blazing high temperatures instantly intertwined from the four corners. The pale blue flames transformed into an enormous fire net that forcefully burned and swallowed the poison gas that was spreading outwards. What a domineering woeful poison body. If not for Xiao Yan's heavenly flame having a natural restraining effect, it would not have been so easy to suppress it. Sensing the strength of the poison qi, Zhou Tai's expression could not help but change slightly. At the same time, his gaze once again swept across the ice bed that was enveloped in flames. His gaze paused on Lian Er's body. He could not help but ask Bai Hua in confusion. What is he trying to do? The flame did not look like a formation and did not have any suppressive effect. At most, it could only block the poison qi released from Lian Er's body. But what did this mean? Detoxification. Bai Hua narrowed her eyes and slowly swept her gaze across Lian, who was lying on the ice bed in front of her. A look of hope surged in her eyes. She believed that with Xiao Yan's help, Lian would definitely be able to wake up. When Zhou Tai heard Bai Hua's words, an expression of disbelief immediately appeared on his old face. The woeful poison body was an innate constitution and there was no cure for it. How could a heavenly flame be used to detoxify it? However, although Zhou Tai was unwilling to admit it, when he saw the serious expression on Xiao Yan's face, his heart gradually calmed down. He could understand that Xiao Yan would never do anything that he was not confident in. Furthermore, hadn't Xiao Yan always been breaking his understanding of this world? Perhaps it was time for the old ideas in his heart to change. Bzz. Lian Er's delicate body was still trembling violently uncontrollably. Waves of extremely terrifying poison qi surged out from her body, especially on her delicate and pretty face. The dense poison qi turned her entire face into a dense black color. Lian Er's delicate lips, which had already turned purple-black in color, opened uncontrollably. Her throat emitted a strange hoarse cry. The poison wildly agglomerated together, appearing just like a black-colored poisonous snake that pounced towards Xiao Yan's hand, which was imprinted on Lian Er's forehead. This thing actually has self-awareness. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he clenched his teeth and the light blue flame suddenly became even more ferocious. As it rapidly spread, it seemed to have turned into a flaming lion and fiercely tore at the poison qi. Extinguish. Soon, the flames completely enveloped Lian Er's delicate body. The heavenly flame rose, releasing a high temperature that dispelled the surrounding poison qi. The flames almost filled the entire dark room. In a moment, the poison qi that originally filled the dark room dissipated, and the strange smell in the air also gradually disappeared. Invisibly, there seemed to be an additional breath of life. Bang! After a short exchange, Xiao Yan crushed the black poisonous snake. The raging flames quickly rushed up like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, completely refining this ball of poison qi. Even though this was the case, the emotions in Xiao Yan's heart did not relax. This poison force already possessed its own consciousness. This was the first time that he had seen such a thing. If he did not treat it carefully, it was likely that it would cause quite a great harm to Lian Er. This was something that he did not wish to see. When Xiao Yan's heavenly flame was once again injected into Lian Er's body, the previous scene happened again. The poison qi in Lian Er's body seemed to become even more ferocious. Facing Xiao Yan's heavenly flame, it was not afraid at all. Under the repeated attacks, even Xiao Yan felt quite uncomfortable. After a long while, the heavenly flame was still unable to expel the poison qi in Lian Er's body. This inevitably caused Xiao Yan to frown. If he forcefully expelled it, Xiao Yan was worried that it would harm Lian Er's body. However, if he let it go like this, he would definitely not be able to expel the poison. This caused Xiao Yan to be in a dilemma. Chapter 1134. His icy gaze caused Bai Hua's body to stiffen as an icy chill rose from the bottom of her heart. Even the circulating Genesis qi in her body could not help but turn sluggish. Only then did she remember that the other party was a returnance expert. There's no need to look for them. I'm the one who killed them. If you plan on taking revenge, feel free to come find me. I'll accompany you to the end. Xiao Yan's expression immediately sank when he sensed that something was amiss. He stepped in front of Bai Hua, blocking Fu Yulong's path. At the same time, the Genesis chi in his body rapidly circulated, ready to defend against the person before him at all times. You're saying that you killed the three of them? Fu Yulong's expression involuntarily changed when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Although the Xiao Yan in front of him felt a little different from an ordinary origin transformation expert, he was ultimately still an advanced origin transformation expert. It was impossible for him to kill Mu Han and the other two by himself. Just you? Fu Yulong suspiciously narrowed his eyes as he stared at Xiao Yan. Killing intent abruptly flashed in the depths of his eyes when he saw the latter's calm and steady face. Swish. Since you're the one who killed them, you'll have to pay the price for what you've done. Fu Yulong's icy voice suddenly rang out. Almost at the same time, his hand had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan's face, viciously swatting it down. The wind from his palm caused a numbing sensation to appear on Xiao Yan's face. Soon after, the hand viciously passed through the center of Xiao Yan's head. An afterimage. When his palm passed through Xiao Yan's afterimage, Fu Yulong could not help but cry out in surprise. Soon after, his body abruptly turned around on the spot and his palm violently slammed toward an empty space where there was no one. The powerful strength caused the empty space to tremble. Boom! As the palm fell, a large piece of pitch-black long robe suddenly appeared in the originally formless space. Soon after, it was violently shattered by the palm. The figure behind it hurriedly retreated once again, barely dodging Fu Yulong's attack. Humph, you really do have some skills. No wonder you dare to say such words. However, if this is all you have, it's still far from enough. Surprise could not help but flash through Fu Yulong's eyes when he saw Xiao Yan dodge his attacks twice. Xiao Yan's strength was extraordinary to be able to dodge the attacks of a returnance expert as an origin transformation expert. However, a returnance expert was still a returnance expert after all. The difference in strength between the two of them was not just a matter of a few moves. Chi. Following the sound of breaking air, when Xiao Yan's figure once again stood in the air, Fu Yulong's figure strangely appeared again. Moreover, the speed at which he appeared was actually faster than Xiao Yan. Dysentery palm. Under such a close distance, even Xiao Yan was unable to dodge Fu Yulong's palm. With no other choice, he could only display the giant elephant's skill with all his strength and rely on the golden body of the giant elephant's skill to block Fu Yulong's palm. Bang! The heavy palm strike landed on Xiao Yan's crossed arms. The heavy force directly blew Xiao Yan away. Even with the power of the giant elephant technique, a shallow imprint still appeared on the golden avatar. That's a pretty good Do skill. It can actually block my dysentery palm. Looks like you really are quite capable. There's even less reason for me to let you live. Fu Yulong cried out in surprise. Soon after, his attack became even more swift and violent. His body flashed like a ghost as he repeatedly flashed and flew around Xiao Yan's body. He used all his strength to repeatedly send Xiao Yan's body flying and smashing down. Although Bai Hua and the others wanted to go forward and help, with their agility and speed, they were unable to participate in a battle of this level. Thus, they could only helplessly stand in their original spots and bitterly watch. Bang! 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 In the sky, Xiao Yan's golden avatar was constantly blown away by Fu Yulong. He did not even have the opportunity to fight back. Fu Yulong was different from Hall Master Chang. He had reached mid-returnance and was so powerful that Hall Master Chang could not compare to him. Once he took action, even with Xiao Yan's strength, he would not be Fu Yulong's opponent if he could not find an opportunity. However, Xiao Yan did not seem to be able to find an opportunity to fight back. Bang! Fu Yulong sneered after sending Xiao Yan flying with another punch. He did not even need to use his full strength against an opponent like Xiao Yan. This was the difference between origin transformation and returnance experts. Brat, since you are the one who killed Mu Han and the other two, even if you are quite talented, I have no choice but to kill you today. You sure have a lot to say. Xiao Yan had already accumulated quite a lot of anger after being punched so many times. Now that he finally had a chance to catch his breath, he obviously would not let it slip by so easily. Xiao Yan's feet stomped heavily on empty air as the explosive cry was emitted from his mouth. His body instantly transformed into a black ray of light and arrived in front of Fu Yulong in the blink of an eye. From top to bottom, a fist violently smashed toward Fu Yulong's head. "Heh, you actually still have the strength to fight back?" Fu Yulong sneered when he saw this. He was filled with disdain inside. He gently raised his right hand and met Xiao Yan's punch with his palm. Swish! However, the instant a black-colored light curtain suddenly appeared, Xiao Yan's body appeared behind Fu Yulong in a ghost-like manner. His steel-like fist heavily smashed into Fu Yulong's head. Bang! Fu Yulong's body was thrown back 1,000 feet by Xiao Yan's punch after the attack landed. At the same time, his heart was filled with a rich shock. This brat, before he had even finished speaking, Xiao Yan's fist landed again, blowing Fu Yulong away once more. Bang! 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 The same thing happened again, except this time, the hunter and the prey had swapped places. The several hundred intense collisions did not improve Xiao Yan's mood at all. Instead, it became even heavier. This was because Xiao Yan could clearly sense that Fu Yulong had not received any substantial damage from the several hundred collisions. His iron fist, which had never failed before, had lost most of its brilliance against Fu Yulong, a mid-returnance expert. Clang! Finally, Fu Yulong struck out again. The huge, golden fist was stopped by Fu Yulong's hand. Fu Yulong's expression did not change at all as he allowed the powerful force to erupt from his hand. His lips curled into a sneer, and soon, an even more powerful force surged out from his hand. Bang! The vicious force turned into a pillar of energy in a single moment, forcefully dispersing Xiao Yan's mammoth technique. This was also the first time someone had managed to destroy Xiao Yan's mammoth technique in a direct confrontation. Chapter 1135. Boom! At the same time that the giant elephant's skill was broken, Xiao Yan's body was also violently sent flying by the remaining force. The powerful shockwave violently collided with Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt an unbearable intense pain from every part of his body. It was as if all the bones in his body were about to be broken. Soon after, Xiao Yan fell like a meteor. In the end, Bai Hua caught him in time when he was about to hit the ground. Bai Hua's heart sank when she saw the pale-faced Xiao Yan. She never thought that even with Xiao Yan's strength, he was unable to fend off Fu Yulong. Fu Yulong was just too powerful. The difference between origin transformation and mid-returnance was just too great. It was not something that could be made up for with battle prowess alone. Although Xiao Yan's strength was enough for him to face early returnance opponents, it was only enough to keep him undefeatable. Defeating his opponents was extremely difficult. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to kill the returnance hall master Yun back then was because of the suppressive effects of the heavenly flame. Coupled with the fact that the hall master was careless and did not pay attention to Xiao Yan's way of the void, she was suppressed by Xiao Yan the entire time. However, it was different this time around. Regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation or other aspects, this Fu Yulong was stronger than Xiao Yan. All of Xiao Yan's attacks were blocked by Fu Yulong's powerful cultivation. Even the giant elephant's skill was unable to do anything to him. The speed that Xiao Yan was so proud of in the past was not even worth mentioning in front of Fu Yulong. In short, the gap between Xiao Yan and Fu Yulong's cultivation was so large that it was shocking. Xiao Yan was destined to have no chance of winning this battle. Hee, kid, you really are a surprising person. Not only is your battle prowess far greater than your current cultivation, you even possess the way of the void. If it weren't for the enmity between us, I really would be willing to befriend you. Once you continue to grow, you'll definitely become one of the most powerful experts on the continent in the future. It's just a pity that you won't be able to live to that day, Fu Yulong said indifferently. Fu Yulong said faintly. There was a tinge of pity in his tone. Even a ruthless person would have a heart of love for talent. However, this kind of love could only be placed on his own people. Since the other party was an enemy, no matter how outstanding the other party's talent was, he was destined not to let him go. As the saying goes, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Fu Yulong had a deep understanding of this sentence. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Fu Yulong had already appeared in front of Bai Hua. The latter was currently supporting Xiao Yan in her arms. Fu Yulong's appearance instantly made Bai Hua's expression darken. Genesis Chi frantically surged in her body as she viciously sent a palm strike towards the person before her. Fu Yulong did not even glance at Bai Hua's attack. He flipped his hand and sent a slap flying. Surging Genesis Chi immediately appeared out of nowhere, easily sending Bai Hua flying like a storm. Fu Yulong's eyes never left Xiao Yan from the beginning to the end. Kid, I can feel that there should be even more secrets in your body. Since you don't have the chance to use them, I'll personally unearth them. With an icy chuckle, a look of mockery flitted across Fu Yulong's eyes. The 5 fingers of his right hand came together like a knife as sharp Genesis Chi gathered at his fingertips. It tore through the air and viciously stabbed towards Xiao Yan's chest. If this attack landed, Xiao Yan's chest would be split open on the spot, and he would undoubtedly die. Bzz. However, Xiao Yan's faintly shut eyes abruptly opened in anger a split second later. Raging flames immediately rose from the surface of his body as blazing heat spread, causing even the surrounding space to distort and crack from the heat. At almost the same time, astonishment was revealed on Fu Yulong's face once again as he watched the flames in front of him transform into a fire dragon and charge towards him. His sleeves swept out as Genesis Chi surged out as his figure rapidly retreated several dozen feet away. Only when he saw the fire dragon and Genesis Chi destroy each other did his gaze land back on Xiao Yan's body, which had already turned into a flaming figure. The astonishment in Fu Yulong's heart grew as he stared intently at the raging flames rising from Xiao Yan's body. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that these flames were undoubtedly a heavenly flame. It's actually a heavenly flame. This brat is really extraordinary. He can even obtain such a shocking thing. Looks like, humph, I can't let you live today. The greed in Fu Yulong's heart immediately soared when he saw the heavenly flame. The attractiveness of this thing was much more sought after than most training resources. If he was able to obtain the heavenly flame on Xiao Yan's body, he would have the hope of raising his strength once again. At that time, he might not even need to be afraid of the fellow behind Wu Kuei. At that time, he could treat any agreement or whatever dog shit faction as nothing. You want my heavenly flame? That'll depend on whether you can take it or not. The moment he raised his head, purple gold light immediately flickered in Xiao Yan's flame-filled eyes. At almost the same time, a faint, strange pressure was released from Xiao Yan's body. Even Xiao Yan's cultivation rose once again. He was only a step away from the returnant stage. This is the unique bloodline pressure of the magical beast clan? How does this kid possess it? Fu Yulong's face could not help but change once again when he sensed the strange pressure. He had never thought that Xiao Yan, as a human, would be able to release a bloodline pressure that only the magical beast clan possessed. It was just too shocking. However, following that, something even more shocking happened. Xiao Yan's presence had actually broken through to returnants in a single stroke. Why has this kid's presence suddenly? Fu Yulong became even more shocked by the sudden change. First, it was the appearance of the heavenly flame. Then, it was the unique bloodline pressure of the magical beast clan. Now, even Xiao Yan's presence had strangely risen to returnants. Even if it was a secret technique, it should not be so exaggerated. You want to know my secret? Then I'll tell you right now. A fiery glow rose from Xiao Yan's eyes as his body suddenly flashed. The instant his feet stepped on the air, his body had already disappeared. When he reappeared, a fist wrapped in Genesis Chi had already arrived in front of Fu Yulong. Such frightening speed caused even someone of Fu Yulong's cultivation to be involuntarily shocked in his heart. Boom! The punch landed. This time, Fu Yulong, who had remained calm the entire time, was finally blown away by Xiao Yan's punch. He could not help but reveal a grave expression. Although the Genesis chi had been completely blocked and neutralized by Xiao Yan's punch, the frightening strength had caused his right arm, which he had used to block, to instantly lose all feeling. It was impossible for him to even lift it for a short period of time. The strength that Xiao Yan had displayed at this moment finally caused him to feel a heavy pressure. Just as Fu Yulong's body paused and before he could do anything, Xiao Yan's body once again appeared in front of him in a ghost-like manner. A pair of eyes that were filled with flames stared at him with an icy coldness. Looking down from above, the killing intent in his eyes was not hidden at all. Arrogant expert, accept the baptism of my insignificant power. Chapter 1136. The merciless bombardment mercilessly slammed into Fu Yulong's body, and the powerful force shattered the surrounding space in an instant. Fu Yulong's body was smashed into the city below, and the streets that had just been repaired a few days ago were instantly destroyed. Wide cracks rapidly spread like a spider web, and the pedestrians in the city were forced to flee. Dust rose in all directions, enveloping a small region within the city. No one could clearly see the situation within. However, they could sense that there was an extremely furious fellow within the dust cloud. Waves of terrifying energy were being released from his body, causing the surrounding land to tremble slightly. Phew, boy, the power you possess is indeed much stronger than I imagined, but I still say the same thing. You killed the people of my sea cloud palace, so you must die today. Fu Yulong's deep voice sounded from within the dust cloud. At the same time, the sound of bones colliding could be heard. Surging Genesis chi abruptly unfurled from within, instantly sweeping away the dust cloud. At the same time, Fu Yulong's body shot out from the ruins like a cannonball. With a bang, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye and ruthlessly collided with him. Xiao Yan similarly did not show any weakness in the face of Fu Yulong's attack. Both of his fists swung as the Genesis chi in his body surged out without reservation. Genesis chi shot out from his palms as earth-shaking explosions continuously sounded. They were like waves of thunder as they reverberated across the land. Even the city below faintly trembled because of these loud noises. In the sky, the battle between Xiao Yan and Fu Yulong grew increasingly intense. As they clashed, Fu Yulong clenched his fist and surging Genesis chi immediately gathered, transforming into a large blade in the blink of an eye. With a flip of his hand, he repeatedly slashed at various parts of Xiao Yan's body. Clang! The broad blade landed on Xiao Yan's waist, and the blade, which was mostly blocked by the heavenly fire, finally slashed at Xiao Yan's body with a powerful force. However, what was exchanged was a crisp sound like metal colliding. Even Fu Yulong's hand, which was holding the hilt of the blade, couldn't help but tremble. Startled, Fu Yulong cast a sideways glance and saw a layer of strange purple-gold snake-like scales. It was these scales that had blocked the blade in his hand, and the power contained in the blade couldn't fully erupt. What the hell is this thing? Fu Yulong's heart was immediately startled when he saw this scene. By the time he recovered, a large black-colored ruler had appeared in Xiao Yan's hand at an unknown time. When the large ruler violently swept in front of Xiao Yan, its heavy strength sent the large blade in Fu Yulong's hand flying. It even shattered a portion of the blade. The remaining strength on the ruler even forcefully cracked the web between Fu Yulong's thumb and index finger. Fu Yulong's expression sank. His heart immediately felt a kind of pressure that he had never felt before. The strangeness of Xiao Yan in front of him was something that he had never seen before in his life. Even the faction behind Wu Kuei was not like this. Not only did Xiao Yan possess great training talent, but every single thing that he possessed was so powerful that it caused others to be afraid. Great Way of Cloud Water, activate. Fu Yulong let out a low cry from his mouth and immediately flew backwards. He rotated his hand and a green-white Great Way power immediately agglomerated in his palm, completely wrapping around the blade in his hand. After which, the blade swept up and down and swung to the left and right. Immediately, two energy pillars that were agglomerated from the Great Way power shot out and violently collided with the giant ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. However, just as the two energy pillars landed on the giant ruler, a strange energy suddenly appeared. The two energy pillars that were agglomerated from the Great Way power seemed to have charged into the endless void and instantly disappeared. The appearance of this scene caused Fu Yulong's heart to be aghast. He had always had great confidence in his Great Way of cloud water. It was like cloud or water, light but tough. Not only did it possess an extraordinary attacking strength, it was also able to erode most Do techniques. Once it came into contact with an opponent's body, it would bring about great trouble for the opponent. If it were to land on a weapon, it could even erode the weapon. However, this was the first time in history that a situation like today had occurred. Is it the Great Way of the Void again? In the blink of an eye, Fu Yulong thought of this. At the same time, he was surprised that Xiao Yan's usage of the Great Way power had reached such a level. Normally speaking, there was a portion of origin transformation experts who were unable to comprehend the power of laws. However, even those who had comprehended the power of laws would have an extremely shallow understanding of the power of laws. At the very most, they would be able to borrow the energy from the laws to assist themselves. However, Xiao Yan's ability to freely manipulate and gather the power of laws was something that even the current Fu Yulong was unable to do for a long period of time. Of course, Fu Yulong did not know that Xiao Yan was not like most people who only comprehended the Great Way power after reaching the Do Emperor realm. He had already begun to come into contact with the Great Way power when he was still a half-emperor. Coupled with the fact that he had been using it for a long time, his control over the Great Way power had far surpassed Fu Yulong's. Although the current Xiao Yan was unable to use the Great Way of the Void to block a few powerful high-class Do techniques, it was more than enough to deal with these few attacks. 7-layer heaven-breaking ruler. Xiao Yan ignored the surprise on Fu Yulong's face. He lifted the enormous ruler in his hand high up. His arms waved and the enormous ruler flipped. It was like a huge wheel that swiftly rotated around Xiao Yan's body. In the blink of an eye, 7 startling ruler glows shot out one after another. After which, they merged into one and carried an even greater strength as they violently charged toward Fu Yulong. So what? I don't believe that your Great Way of the Void can be maintained like this forever. Prepare to accept your fate. Water and Sky Line. Fu Yulong's expression darkened at the sight of the majestic ruler light shooting towards him. A fierce look flashed in his eyes as he swung the broadsword in his hand. Genesis Chi violently surged as the Great Way of the cloud and water gathered on the broadsword. His left hand viciously swept across the back of the broadsword, leaving behind a faint line in the air. It was like a ray of light as it collided with the startling attack. Bzz. Soon after, the world shook. In front of Xiao Yan's shocked eyes, that thread cut through his 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. It was just like a sharp blade cutting through a thick piece of paper. Its powerful strength had actually broken his 7-layer sky-breaking ruler. Chapter 1137. In front of Xiao Yan's shocked eyes, the majestic ruler glow formed by the 7-layered heaven-breaking ruler was split into two by this thin filament-like line. Even the invisible empty space was torn apart. However, due to the part that was cut being too small, it was difficult to distinguish it with one's naked eye. Boom! Soon after, the power contained in the two halves of the majestic ruler light was no longer under Xiao Yan's control. It suddenly exploded in the sky, turning into waves of hot energy hurricanes that swept out. In this storm, the thin thread did not slow down at all as it rapidly flew forward. Its target was Xiao Yan. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change once again. This so-called water sky-breaking ruler had merged with the power of the Great Way. Its might was not something that an ordinary Do skill could compare with. Even the 7-layer sky-breaking ruler had been broken by this thing. Its destructive power was naturally self-evident. Source-breaking needle. With Xiao Yan's current skill, it was likely that the only thing that could contend with this thing was his breaking source needle. With a fierce pinch of his hands, 10 source-breaking needles immediately landed in his palm. Subsequently, under Xiao Yan's control, the 10 steel needles immediately flew forward. They were as fast as lightning. In an instant, they had already collided with the water sky-breaking needle. The moment the sharp tip of the needle collided with the tiny blade, the space around the two instantly crumbled. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks appeared out of nowhere, and the entire space became extremely distorted. Soon after, with a bang, it shattered into a pitch-black endless space. This is the Great Way solidification. You are actually able to achieve the Great Way solidification. Fu Yulong's expression immediately changed when he sensed the special power from the source-breaking needle. He could clearly sense that it was the presence of the power of the ways. To no surprise, the strange, black steel needle was a product of the Great Way solidification. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for a weapon to possess the power of the ways. Since it was the Great Way solidification, Fu Yulong became even more shocked. With his comprehension of the power of the ways, he could only achieve the Great Way solidification after breaking through to returnance. Even though that was the case, it still made him even more arrogant before others. After all, even if he could comprehend the power of the ways, it would still be extremely difficult to use it like an extension of his body. Since he could succeed, it obviously gave him something to be proud of. However, just from how condensed the 10 pitch-black steel needles were, Xiao Yan's control over the Great Way solidification was extremely proficient. This was not something that could be achieved in a single day, nor was it something that someone who had temporarily reached returnance with the help of a secret technique could achieve. As a result, Xiao Yan's comprehension of the power of the ways had probably exceeded Fu Yulong's imagination. This kid is much more terrifying than I imagined him to be. While feeling shocked by Xiao Yan's true battle prowess, Fu Yulong dared not to be careless. He was afraid that the kid would take out something even more terrifying. If that happened, it would truly be a disaster. Unknowingly, the mid-returnance Fu Yulong began to treat Xiao Yan seriously, as if he was not facing an origin transformation kid but a returnance expert who was no weaker than him. The frightening fighting strength that Xiao Yan had displayed was already sufficient to cause him to be shocked. It had even reached the point where he had to face Xiao Yan head-on. At this moment, even Fu Yulong's heart appeared to be repeatedly warning himself. If he really dared to treat this black-robed, young man in front of him with an ordinary heart, he would definitely pay an extremely painful price. The cost of the 10 needles was finally enough to break through the barrier. The remaining 3 steel needles continued towards Fu Yulong with great force. Fu Yulong's eyes immediately narrowed when he saw this. He raised his right hand and twisted his palm. Surging Genesis Chi immediately condensed in his palm, forming a Genesis Chi barrier in an attempt to block the needles. Clang! 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 Fu Yulong's expression changed once again as 3 clanging sounds rang out. He suddenly felt a piercing pain in his palm, and when he looked over, he was shocked to see that the 3 needles had pierced straight into the Genesis Chi shield he had condensed in his palm. Even the tips of the needles had pierced into his palm, causing a small piece of flesh to be crushed by the power contained in the needles. Fu Yulong never imagined that something that had basically been destroyed would be able to injure him. While he was shocked, he also felt anger. He was a mid-returnance expert, yet he had actually suffered at the hands of an origin transformation kid time and time again. He had not even managed to defeat the kid even now. This was an utter humiliation. Boom! Fu Yulong clenched his hand and green veins protruded. A powerful force actually forcefully shattered the 3 steel needles in his hand. After which, Fu Yulong lifted his pair of extremely icy cold eyes. His gaze stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. A killing intent appeared deep within his eyes. Kid, you're the most peculiar person I've ever seen in my life. At the same time, you're also someone I must kill. Today, whether it's to avenge the experts of my Sea Cloud Palace or for other reasons, you must die. A low and deep voice was spat out from Fu Yulong's mouth. At the same time, his body suddenly flashed. When the sound of rushing wind appeared, Fu Yulong's body had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. The broadsword in his hand was waved horizontally. The sharp blade appeared to be about to cut the invisible space into 2. The sharp wind blew until one's face felt a little painful despite being a great distance away. Xiao Yan naturally did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in the face of this ferocious attack of Fu Yulong. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand at the same time as his body pulled back. The heavenly flame swiftly covered the ruler's body and lifted the broadsword that was coming at him from below, causing Fu Yulong's attack to miss. Soon after, he flipped his hand and swung it horizontally. As Xiao Yan's body flipped, he dodged a couple of Fu Yulong's attacks. Finally, both parties raised their weapons and began to collide intensely. Sparks flew and ear-shaking collision sounds repeatedly sounded. The invisible space collapsed repeatedly. However, the stalemate between the two of them did not appear to have an end. Bang! When the two of them put away their weapons, each of them assumed a fighting stance and fiercely clashed with each other. Bai Hua and the others could only watch from the side with dumbfounded expressions. The extremely fast movements of the two were so fast that even they could not see them clearly. Bang 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 bang. The heavy collision sounds were like muffled thunder. Wave after wave of turbulent energy ripples continuously swept across the empty space. The battle became more and more intense, causing people to be unable to see clearly. In the end, everyone, including Bai Hua and the rest in the sky, could only hear a series of intense collision sounds. However, they could not see any figures. Occasionally, they could only see two afterimages left behind by the intense collision between the two of them. One could imagine how intense the collision between the two of them was. This intense battle continued for nearly 4 hours. Until a certain moment, the two of them, who were fiercely colliding in the sky, suddenly stopped. The two of them each retreated 100 feet and faced each other from a distance. Their gazes intertwined and continued to clash in the empty space, as if an invisible battle was taking place. Quickly following this, the two of them paused for over 10 seconds before Xiao Yan's flushed face suddenly bent his body. A mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. His entire face had also turned pale at this moment. The long battle had ultimately exhausted all of the power in his body. At this moment, there was not much Genesis Qi left in Xiao Yan's body that could be used. His aura was extremely weak, and he no longer had the same domineering attitude as before. Instead, he looked like an arrow at the end of its flight. Cough cough cough. After Xiao Yan's expression changed, Fu Yulong finally couldn't help coughing violently. A fishy and sweet smell surged up from his throat, and it was only when blood dyed his lips red that he forcefully swallowed it back down. Although Xiao Yan's condition had become increasingly weak due to the delay of time in the earlier collision, he was still able to cause Fu Yulong to suffer quite a lot of pain by relying on the great strength of his physical body. Not only were more than half of the ribs on his upper body broken, but even the bones on his back had also suffered quite a lot of damage. The joints of his fingers had been forcefully broken. The bones in his left leg had also been shaken and broken because of the head-on collision with Xiao Yan. Even the bones in his head had also suffered varying degrees of damage. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally even more miserable than him. When the Genesis Qi in his body was completely exhausted, he should have been captured by Fu Yulong. But with his powerful physical strength, he managed to break free from Fu Yulong's control, causing him to fall into a seriously injured state. Xiao Yan, who was seriously injured, and Fu Yulong, whose condition had declined greatly at this moment. This battle could really be described as tragic. It could also be considered a grand battle. Xiao Yan had used his late origin transformation cultivation to fight the mid-returnance expert Fu Yulong to such a state. He had traded his heavy injuries for Fu Yulong's wounds. This was enough to make Xiao Yan feel proud. On the other hand, Fu Yulong was filled with reluctance. He had never imagined that a mere origin transformation brat would be able to injure him, a returnance expert, to such a state. The two remained hovering in the air, but Fu Yulong's condition was clearly better than Xiao Yan's. If they continued fighting, Xiao Yan would definitely not be his opponent. Ha ha ha. Brat, you'll still die by my hands in the end. Fu Yulong panted heavily as he slowly circulated his Genesis Qi. His body swayed in the air as he made his way towards Xiao Yan. Since they had already reached such a crucial moment, he would be able to save himself a great deal of trouble if he could land another blow. However, it was also at this moment that Bai Hua and the people from the Lu family rapidly moved forward. They stood in front of Xiao Yan as they stared at Fu Yulong with eyes filled with killing intent. They rapidly circulated their dou qi, ready to attack Fu Yulong at any time under Bai Hua's lead. Fu Yulong was a returnance expert after all. His cultivation was far greater than theirs, so even with Bai Hua at the front, they were still uncertain. Even Bai Hua could not guarantee that she could stop Fu Yulong. However, if they were forced to do so, they would definitely fight for Xiao Yan even if it meant risking their lives. They would not hesitate even if their enemy was a returnance expert. Seeing this group of people suddenly flying over in front of him, Fu Yulong's pale face involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. It was unexpected that they actually dared to intervene for Xiao Yan even after things had already reached this stage. This point did indeed cause people to raise their eyebrows. At the very least, Fu Yulong had never seen or heard of anyone on the entire continent who would go to such lengths for someone else. Your courage is commendable, but do you really think that you can stop me just like that? The difference in cultivation isn't something that can be easily made up for with numbers. Even if you have twice as many people, you still won't be a match for me. He was a returnance expert after all. His pride gave him the strength and right to say something like that. Of course, if there was someone as terrifying as Xiao Yan in the group, everything would be different. Unfortunately, there was no such person. However, it was also at this moment that Fu Yulong, whose victory was in sight, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. His footsteps paused slightly, and then he quickly retreated. At the same time, he hurriedly raised his head and looked at a certain spot in the sky. The sunlight shone down, causing the people below to raise their heads and look up. Other than a black shadow, they could not see anything else. At this moment, Fu Yulong's face was solemn. His eyes narrowed as his gaze locked onto the figure in the sky. He had long since seen that aura, but what he did not expect was that this fellow would actually appear here. Fu Yulong, long time no see. I never thought that you'd reach such a state. Isn't it enough that you've caused trouble for them time and time again for the sake of Azure Sun City? You've actually come personally this time. You've even reduced yourself to such a horrible state for the sake of a city. Is it worth it? A laughter that was filled with boldness was transmitted over. When it landed in Fu Yulong's ears, it caused his face to involuntarily turn slightly green. On the other side, Zhongli and the rest frowned suspiciously when they heard this laughter. They seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. However, they could only hear the voice at this moment. Hence, they were unable to recall the identity of this person for a moment. Since when did you have the right to interrupt me? I'd advise you not to interfere in today's matters, or I don't care if you're an elder of the Alchemist Alliance or not. I won't let you go.